Chat. It is Wednesday. And you're all here, aren't you? And I'm here. And it's time to start the stream. That's how it goes. That's how it works. How on earth are you? Is it warm where you are? It's warm where I am. But I'm beating the heat. I think I'm acclimatized to the most of it. I think there's a bit of a breeze over here in Manny. And that's serving us quite well, which is quite nice. It's good to see the chatters that are here already, as always. Welcome in, Johnny. Welcome in, Val. Welcome in, Bubble. Welcome in, Bellatrix. How are you doing? How's your day been? What have you been up to? How have you been beating the heat? I went and had some frozen yogurt, which is quite nice. Never really had that before. It's just kind of like ice cream. So, pretty nice. Pretty nice. And I've been staying hydrated, as you do. I was up very early this morning. When I say very early for me is 9 a.m. And got a bunch of stuff done. Went to the gym early. Went to the shop early. Cooked me tea early. And then I've just been chilling for the rest of the afternoon. And I'm a tiny bit late. I would have liked to have gone live at 5. But, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes I'm gonna go live a little later. That's just how things go sometimes. But I'm here now. And we got stuff to cover, haven't we? Hippie Marshmallow, hello. Went cycling and did leafleting in 32-degree weather fighting a by-election. It's 32 degrees in Sheffield. It's warmer further south. Although, no, not really. Sheffield is kind of on the same eastern latitude as we are. East to west latitude as we are. Is that what it's called? Latitude? Probably not. Who cares? Oh, you're not in Sheffield. You're back from uni for now. Yeah, okay. There you go. So, yeah, you're somewhere else. Probably down south or something. I was going to say, because it's 30 here. 31. It's not so humid in Manchester. I think that's what's making the difference today. It's really not as humid as it normally is. There's a breeze and it's blowing cold air into my house, so every now and then it's feeling like quite relieving. So that's pretty decent, especially considering it's supposed to be getting warmer until I think Friday is supposed to be the warmest day, and the humidity will probably increase. I mean, I could be wrong. Let's have a look at the Met Office. Got so lost on my bike, a man helped me cross the canal by carrying my bike over his canal boat. That's very funny. Thank you for the 85 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. Anglo Punk, how are you doing? 33 degrees here in South London. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Sucks working in a hospital in this heat. Yeah, I bet it does. I bet it does. Tori Kabori, good to see you. Happy heat wave, everyone. Happy heat wave to you, comrade. What's going on? Let's have a look at the Met Office. Yeah, the temperature's going down now. It's going down in Manchester. I think that... Yeah, Friday is going to be the worst day. The highest temperature it's going to be is 32, so it's probably going to feel like... Let's have a look at what the humidity will be. 87. What was it today? Yeah, it was only 68% today, so that's the big difference. And then the humidity tomorrow is going to go up, so it's going to be difficult to get through tomorrow. But then I think the humidity is set to go down over the weekend, which is what's going to make the difference. But there's more clouds and stuff happening on Monday next week and whatnot. It's still going to be fairly warm next week. Over 100 degrees Fahrenheit here in New York City for a few days, but it's nice out now. Yeah, good. I'm glad it's over for yous. It's just come back for us. So there you go. Although saying that about the humidity, it looks like the humidity, the daily high of the humidity is going to be 87% on Friday, and the daily low is going to be 26. So it's, on average, it's going to be somewhere in the middle, right? And today, the daily high was 68%. So it's been in between like 50% humidity today. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow's also going to be... It's going to be a bit higher, I reckon, about 60% on average. And then that'll be the same for about most of Friday. Yeah, and then it goes down. And then it goes down. Trading heat waves. That's what we're going to be doing for the foreseeable future. Humidity, what gets me. Been at hospital a lot over the last couple of weeks as we've had some bad health news from my dad. It's been grueling. I'm sorry to hear it, Bellatrix. Let's get some love for Bellatrix in the chat, please.
No!
It is
Don't
hot outside.
say it!
It's not the heat that gets you. It's the humidity.
He's right. He's right. Why is everyone booing him? He's right. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Hello, Krill. Welcome in. Hello, Vord. How are you? It's the phrase, but it's correct. It's a DAR phrase. It's a DAR phrase. Yeah. But it's correct. Yeah. There's that brain turning off because of the heat. Look forward to more of that tomorrow. I can't take another day off. I can't do it. I already had one day off because it was too hot. The next day that it's too hot and I feel like I can't stream, I'm just going to have to power through it. It's also the length of day. Our days are 16 hours. It barely cools overnight and heats up for longer. Yeah. But we're over the worst of that now because midsummer was, like, what, a week ago? Same thing with Scottish Dars going on about our tap water. It's been... What do you mean the tap water? Well, it's like... Did they say, like, best tap water in the world? Scottish tap water or whatever? That's funny as hell. Hello, Planet Mushy. What's going on? Good to see you. True story. Right. Whenever water is brought up in any context, they'll say it's no as good as well water. No as good as Zuru water. Yeah, they're right, though. That's the problem. The problem about that is that they're just right. Look at the state of that. There he is. This could all be yours, chat. For £27.50. There he is. Get him while he's there. That's all I'm saying. Get him while he's there. He's staying cool. He's on his cool mat. Not sure if this is just my dad, but he always had the stock phrase of it's not heavy, it's just awkward. Usually said when we were moving furniture. Yep, that's a dad phrase. That is just a dad phrase. Hey, Ms. Kip, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. It's good to see everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. I don't really have any updates about anything. I not really watched anything interesting. I've not really done anything interesting. I logged off last night. Uploaded the VOD. Woke up early. Had my breakfast. Went out. Booked my tea. Went to the gym. Had me tea. Obviously, it was lunch at that point, but it's ready for me tea as well, and me lunch and me tea tomorrow. And now I'm here. I went to the frozen yogurt shop. I went outside. I think the reason that I'm so acclimatized to it is because I actually went outside today. Also, I'm watching that when you switch the channel on the TV when they're snoring on the sofa. I have not had that one particularly. My dad's biggest phrase is, "You're arguing facts whenever me and my brother disagree." You're arguing facts! You're arguing facts is so good. Shut the door, you're letting the heat out. Yep. That's a classic. Hello, Sorka, by the way. My dad's phrase was, "Player has exited the lobby." Is your dad a gamer? Apparently, I'm a dad because I used to tell loads of folk about how Kirsty McCall died. Yeah, but that is dead interesting. No, my dad just left when I was 2. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Knows everything about nothing. Know everything about nothing, you. I got told it was standard DAR patter. I mean, I feel like I learned about it off me dad. Hello, Trunks, how are you? An insult that you don't hear anymore is toe rag. I had one teacher who'd call everyone that. Toe knife. It's a botch job. I'm trying to get my dad to build me that thing, chat. You know that that thing that we said? What do you call it? You know the thing that we were looking at in the Discord? He's like, "I'll make it you, just give me the measurements." And I don't need him to make it me, because I could just go to my mate's shop and make it. He's got loads of wood. I'll show you what I'm talking about, because some of you are probably like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Solarpunk? Is it in Solarpunk? Yes, it is. That's where we were talking about it. It's got loads of ads on this website. Fucking tons of ads. Did we look at this on the stream at all? It's this Bangladeshi innovation where you don't need AC, right? You don't need air conditioning. You could just like get a thing. You could just build this thing. I'm waiting for the website to load in case you're wondering why I'm not showing you just yet. Just doing this. And then it's just going to have loads of fucking ads on it. So I'm going to have to zoom in a different way. So you don't have to see that. Hello, Polistan. Welcome in. Hello, DJ. How are you? I had a gym wait, what? I had a maths teacher who did the same. I had a gym teacher who threatened to drop kick us. That's insane. I don't think he should have that job. I feel like that's not a thing you should say to kids. Cloudflare, take it down the internet monthly. It's worked this time. Hello, Nuclear Slayer. Good to see you as well. Right. So this is what it is. Oh my god, as soon as I fucking do that, it just like the ads just like pop up straight away. What are you talking about? Why are the ads that big? Why are they that big? Okay, it's gone. Summer is in full swing. Many of us are complaining about the heat. Few places reach the scorching temperatures residents of Bangladesh experience, and air conditioning is not an option for most people living in rural areas. Ashish Paul developed a clever DIY cooling system that doesn't need any electricity. It's built from a common waste item, empty plastic soda bottles. In just 3 months, Paul's company has helped install its smart powerless air conditioners called Eco Coolers in 1,000 households. This is insane. This is insane. How can you have this many ads, bro? Eco Coolers in 25,000 households with many more ahead. So this is what they look like. Yeah, it's just like a big board, and you have the air funneled in. The wind funnels the air in. So like these, you know, the plastic bottles being like a big cup kind of thing. It's more chance for the holes to capture air to funnel the air in to cool it down, right? It's pretty smart. You know how like this is something that we were talking about. I talked about this. There's a clip of me doing this on the stream. When you blow air out of your body, because your body temperature is generally 35 degrees or something like that, right? Where you blow that hot air out of your body like this with like an open mouth, wide open mouth. But if you, with a tiny mouth, if you go, it's cold. And that's a science. That's a science thing that happens. If air expands, it cools. I think if air contracts, it cools. I don't know what, if it's small hole, it cools. So I don't know. Expands, cools. I don't know. I guess it expands rapidly so it cools, right? That's probably it. Like in India with the small windows. Yes, correct. Bangladesh is not that far away from India. It's literally on the border, right? So, yeah, they're going to have similar tech, similar ancient tech and shit like that. So getting my dad to build one of these. And he's just said to me, I'm pretty skeptical it's going to work. Right, well, don't do it then, bro. I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? Despite what they say. Obviously, I need the right shaped plastic bottle. Like, he's just saying that he doesn't want to do it. And it's like, you don't have to do it. I'll do it. I'll go to my mate's fucking workshop and do it there. Like, I think these are the nearest shape to the ones that they used. How about I order 28? You don't need to order bottles. Like, have you not got bottles in the recycling? I'm just going to message him real quick. Why is he ordering so many fucking bottles? What about funnels? Why don't you just... If you're going to buy... If you don't have these funnels... If you don't have bottles in the trash, what about funnels, right? I've got a couple of bottles he can use. It's... I'm being serious. It's classic dad shit, this. This is classic my dad shit. I'll do that for you, son. Yeah, great. Sounds brilliant. And then he's halfway through doing it and goes, oh, a bit of a faff this. Don't fucking do it then. Why did you offer? Talking about dads. Classic dad shit. Kind of reminds me of the Iranian cooling towers. Hello, Baldwin's ghost. Yes, because it's this sort of like similar no electric tech. But the cooling towers in Iran are like obviously way more complex. They've got like a whole like water pool at the bottom. It's in stone, so it's naturally cold and all that shit. And you know, bit different but similar. I know what you're saying. I like that one theory that the universe is flat because triangles add up to 180 degrees. Chat, I watched a YouTube video today that said that time isn't real. And I was like, trying to understand it. And in the end, I was just like, I'm not going to be able to understand this. I'm just going to accept it. And it is true. Hello, Song of Ashley. Welcome in. Have I said hi to everyone who's come in? Morton, hello. Morton's in. Hello. Bolostan's in. Said hi to you. Baldwin, Nuclear Slayer. Song of Ashley, yes. I have ADHD, so I accept that. Yep. Never seen time, so it can't be real. Exactly. Space-time exists, though, in physics. You see, this is the thing he was talking about that I didn't understand. So he was like, no, it doesn't. It's not real. Hey, Very Nice TV, how you doing? Welcome in. Everybody, please go follow Very Nice TV. We raided her last night. Incredible streamer. How are you doing? I say time is not a thing all the time. It's very true. This motherfucker's just texted me. I said to him, why not try funnels? And he said, good idea. Let me know when you found some. What am I supposed to fucking do with that? Found what? Just multiple funnels. My project now. I'll just do it. I'll just do it. Dad, I'll just do it. No plastic bottles in the bin. Cupboard full of funnels, apparently. That's reasonable to expect. He's sending me on a fetch quest. I guess he wants me to look online. He's grumpy because of the heat. That's true. No. He's got fucking aircon. No, sorry. He doesn't get that. No, there's no way. That motherfucker's got a posh, spenny aircon conditioning unit in his fucking gaff. He's not grumpy. Yes, lucky bastard. Does he have his aircon turned on? You can bet your bottom dollar. He's always fucking boasted about it, the dickhead. IRL funnels shopping, let's go. I don't have a thing, I can't do that. I said to chat that I'd do an IRL stream last year, and then I wasn't able to do it because I didn't realize you need like extra equipment. I don't have that. Yes, but I'll do that for you, He-Man. I'll manage your project. Yes, correct. Could he make the frame and you add the bottles? I just don't have the drill, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, if he could just make the frame... Yeah, that's a great shout. If he could just make the frame... Because I just don't have the drill is like... you know... To make like a big thick circle like that. I don't have something like that. I could go to my friend's shop and do that there, but... He's in Berlin. Hey, Ninny, how you doing? Welcome in. I have a wristwatch tattoo without hands. Fucking based. There's a settlement nearby that needs your assistant. They need funnels, correct. Gotta pay Tingle 3,000 rupees for each bottle, chat. Yeah. What temperature does he have it on? I don't fucking know. We have it on like old man temperature, so we probably won't even be that cold. Because he feels the cold, right? When you're old, you feel the cold. So he'll probably literally only have it on 5 degrees less cooler than it is at the moment. You know what I mean? Be a good lad and get me 500 funnels. I mean, to be fair, it shouldn't really be that many funnels. Because it's like, for one of my windows here, it's I figured it out before because I gave him the thing.
Hello, me old chum.
My mum's house is tropical temperatures all year round. Yeah. That's how they do it when they're old. That's how they do it. My grandma, she's nearly 90. She'll be 90 next year. She will have the fire on next week when it goes back down to like 25 or some shit. I'm not shitting you. She'll put the fucking fire on. It's crazy how that shit goes when you get old. She like goes outside in this heat and is just like, oh, I'll go back inside. It's chilly. I'll just go back inside. The fucking sun's out. It's 30 degrees. What are you on about? It's the breeze. The breeze is going through me. My grandparents are just sweater folk. Yeah, but like sweaters now, innit? Is she made of money? My grandma's well off, yeah. She's well off compared to most other grandmas, for sure. Yeah, her and my granddad were like worked the whole fucking life, bought their own house and, you know, had old money in it. Do you know what I mean? Old money? That's not what that means. Old money, when money was worth more and they saved it. When you could earn more money and houses were less expensive, it's because they bought their house early. That's what it is. That's the reason that they're well off. When the working class could build wealth. Yes, correct. This is different, but I know some places have the same idea to funnel air through a pond to cool the air instead of air conditioning. This one's using the earth to warm it in winter climate. Interesting. Greenhouses in the snow? Get out of town. This is cool as hell. Oh, chat. My ginger bug is nearly done. My ginger bug is nearly done. And I've got a massive big watermelon. Oh my god, I didn't take that out of the fucking bike. Nearly fucked that up, didn't I? Oh my god. Yeah, so my ginger bug's nearly done. So I'll be making some fizzy watermelon tomorrow and some fizzy mango. Homemade fizzy mango pop. So that'll be dead nice. I'm very excited for that. I famously feel the heat too much, and that's ridiculous even for me. Yeah, it's so insane. I wear a jacket in 30 degrees. That's because you're an Aussie, Sepatra. Welcome in. I live, laugh, love watermelon. Hell yeah. Atomic, how are you doing? Lovely to talk about what you did during the day. It helps remember. If I hadn't have spoken about what I was doing during the day, I would have not remembered that. As a fellow universal credit haver, how much do you hate the 4-week, 5-week assessment period bollocks? You've also just reminded me that I need to declare my earnings to him. So I'm going to have to do that after this. It's 3 months for me because I'm self-employed. So I don't hate it as much as you. It's different when you're on the self-employed track. They just want to speak to you every 3 months and be like, are you earning more money than the last 3 months ago? And often that is yes, because of how well the stream is doing, which is all thanks to you, chat. Remember when they said they'd get rid of the cruel sanctions regime? Yeah, I'm still fucking paying some sanctions, by the way. Or whatever that is. I'm still sanctioned or something. I'm paying something back. I fucked something up. I can't remember what it was. I think I reported how much money I was earning wrong. And because they were like, you have to report the money that you get when it comes in. It doesn't matter if it's in PayPal or because normally what I would do is just look at my bank account, right? And I would be like, okay, well, I get the money coming in on PayPal and then I put it in my account. So that's me paying me. So that's when I've got the money. Right, and yeah, you can spend it when you're in PayPal, so that was obviously where I fucked up. Hands up, right? I don't normally use PayPal to just, like, buy stuff. So, yeah, that's where that all fucked up. So I'm, like, still paying some shit back. It's such bullshit that small businesses just get kicked off instead of being subject to the same logic about income as employees, yes. Real Chalupa Hours, hello. Freak Yank here. Is Universal Credit UBI? Oh. No, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no. God bless you now. It's welfare. It's unemployment. Welcome in, Quiet Mercenary. Foxism, hello. How you doing, Mama B? Where's that no cat when you need it? Yeah. Checks out on why it's a pain. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if only it was UBI. That needs to be a dono alert. Do you know what else needs to be a dono alert? Have I still got it? Oh, chat, let's watch it again.
All the dithering that's been going on about whether the...
Oh, yes. I stole chicken. I'm on universal credit. I just started earning as a therapist. I have no idea to report what I earn. Only £80. Just started. Just ask them for help at the job center. Just say, how do I do it? Because I don't want to give you the wrong advice because I fucked it up and I had to pay money back. So just ask them. That's my advice. Yeah. Just say, this is how it's happened. Just like ring someone. There's like a helpline, right? When you're self-employed or whatever. Put it in your journal. Yeah. Ask them on your journal. What do I do? I've just earned money. How do I report it? Yes, correct. In like a 4-week period, I'll get like 240 quid. And in a 5-week period, I'll get like 355 quid. It's so bullshit. I don't know what that means, but it sounds bad. I believe you that it's bad. I do believe you that it's bad. I don't understand it because I've not been on the employment track for like a long time, so I don't quite get it, but like, it's just all bad, right? You know? £55, you mean? In a 4-week period, I'll get 250 quid. In a 5-week period, I get 55 quid. That's insane. That's so insane. So, how are you doing? Welcome in. I gotta see. I gotta watch this again. This is one of the best that Crescent, here he is. At the moment where I will be thanking him for bringing this to my attention. Oh, I see. Because you get paid weekly, you earn more in a 5-week period. That makes sense, yeah. This makes sense. Sounds like the USA's unemployment absolute dog shit. Yeah, it's absolute dog shit. It's ridiculous, and it's gotten so much worse. Here we fucking go, man. Here we fucking go. Oh yes, mate. This is so insane. This is so insane that this is real. I think I was in bed last night chilling out, and I didn't believe that this had happened. I didn't expect you to like this so much. Crescent, what you need to understand, right, about when people don't get British culture, right, because British culture is obviously an oxymoron, isn't it? Because Britain is a colonial, neoliberal, capitalist state, so there's no real culture. It actually wants to erase culture more than anything. That's what it does, right? But when we talk about, like, whatever semblance of British culture that exists, it's basically situations like this where people pretend to know what they're on about and they end up looking really stupid. That is, like, if you go on TikTok and search for, like, British pop culture moments compilation, it will just be a bunch of idiots, right? And that's why this is so good. That's why this is so funny. This is just classic British nonsense.
This is a walkway bridge.
This is a walkway bridge.
Hola. Are you going to arrest them? Are you going to arrest them? No. Follow me.
Hey Husker, hey Gummy Mama, hey Marcoods.
Don't know if you can still
hey Star Spangled Chitlog.
Flare is going into the air. We're about 500 yards away from the hotel, and I have to say, if the England players are up there now, they probably will hear this. We've got about 20 to 30 people down here. I don't know who they are. Hopefully they're kind to me.
I don't know who they are is so funny as well. Why would you expect them to know who you are, bro?
Flare guns going off. They've got these massive gun-style apparatus.
It's just so good. It's just so good. Oh my god. I didn't think it would be funny again. I thought that I was like experiencing some kind of like illness last night, and it wasn't real, but it's still funny. It just wasn't. I just thought it wasn't as funny as it was, but it is actually as funny as I thought it was.
Hopefully they're kind to me. Flare guns going off. They've got these massive gun-style apparatus launching. Flares. I'll ask them to stop, shall I?
Look at his head. He thinks he's being so funny, and he's just not. He's just being cringe as hell. Look at his head. He doesn't know what he's doing.
This is crazy. A full-on band, trumpets, drums.
Everyone's just having a sick time, and he's just being such a fucking little weasel Randall from Recess fucking wet bellend. It just looks so sick.
The police are congregating down the end of this walkway here.
And he quite literally is a Randall, because he goes up to the cops and he's like, "Are you going to arrest them?"
I'm not sure if they'll
And it's dead funny because the guy's just like, "No para young lady."
to arrest them anytime soon. The police not moving right now, but I have to say, the England
Classic
hotel
British tourism.
is around 500
Sir,
yards
they're
away.
misbehaving.
They will hear this. Let's see if we can try and speak to someone. Oh, you speak English?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Are you part of this group?
Sorry, we're taking one over the radio. Tourists away, yo, viva Mexico!
He's from Argentina. He's from
Argentina. Where are these guys from, this band?
I don't know. Maybe France. I don't know.
Do you think it's fair of them to do this to England players?
No, perdón. Thank you. Está impresionado.
I can't celebrate with you.
Look how fucking awkward he is, man. Look how awkward he is. He's like, "I can't celebrate with you. You're the wrong team. You're the wrong nationality."
Quiere volar, quiere volar.
I don't know.
Quiere volar, quiere volar.
I don't know.
He fucking shot himself when they grabbed him. You know he did. You know he shot himself when they grabbed him. He was like, "Oh no, this is it. I'm getting stabbed."
Right, let's go down here so I can hear you guys.
It's full of adrenaline now.
Hopefully.
Off his tits on adrenaline. He's like, "Leave, leave."
Much for now.
Fight or flight's kicked in and it's flight.
This is the police chief here. Sir, you're going to arrest them?
He's just ignoring it.
We've got a translator. Hector, can you ask if they're going to be arrested? Can you ask if they're going to be arrested? Thank you. We're just getting our translator to ask. What is he saying on the phone?
He said that they cannot arrest them, but they just try to avoid the noise for the selection.
Why didn't GB News send someone who can speak Spanish? Here we are, our correspondent in Mexico, who can't speak any Spanish at all.
On arrest.
No, yeah, but they're going to move the barricade more.
No, that's also true, right? That's also true. There's going to be a non-zero percent amount of GB News viewers who are going to be looking at this and being like, they're just having a good time. They're in the home country and they're cheering, and it's like they're nowhere near the hotel. They're obviously not trying to, they're not trying to keep the English players up or anything. They're just like on a bridge away from the hotel, setting off fireworks and stuff. They probably just live in the local area. Do you know what I mean? It's like
this way, but they can't arrest.
Like, we don't have that level of like anti-Mexican hate in the UK. It's just like not a real thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're not Muslims, so it won't matter to them, right?
As far as we understand, Stephen, Anne and Aidan, the police are now congregating here. They say they can't arrest them, but they'll be moving the barricade further up here.
Fucking snitch, you fucking wet snitch. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. This is just the best bit. This is just the best bit.
Flare guns going off. They've got these massive gun-style apparatus launching.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's got to be on a fucking... That's got to be on a TikTok compilation at some point. That's just fucking quality. Absolutely quality. Where's the alert? I've been busy all day, man. I've not made it. I've not made it. We'll make it happen. At some point. When I get a bit of time. Maybe tomorrow. Coming up next on GB News. Dirty foreigners demanding native Brits stop celebrating their culture. Yes. This is so true. These Mexicans really need to start taking the famously respectful and quiet... Taking after the famously respectful and quiet British football culture. Yes. Yes. Move the barricades so this reporter can't bother them anymore. Mm-hmm. When I heard that the Mexican fans were trying to harass the English team, I was on their side even then. It's like... just not real. It's just not real. It's all just made up stuff. It's just a thing that happens. I've seen it when there's European club games. Yeah, exactly. New djmuel t-shirt with drumming Mexicans with the words gun type apparatus. Yeah. That actually sounds pretty mint. I could draw something like that maybe. That'd be fun. That'd be fun to do. Gun type apparatus. Just with like a really like silly caricature of that guy. Wimp Leo. Like give him like massive, like, I don't know, like massive eyes and just like a really goofy face. And he's pointing like a soy jack being like, gun type apparatus. Call the police. With arrows pointing towards your arms. Oh! Smart! That is very smart. There might be a bit too much going on that t-shirt. That might be a bit insane. There were Scotland fans playing bagpipes first thing in the morning at the gaff they were staying at in Boston. Yeah. Yeah, no one said anything about that because they're white. They're from a white country. No, there's not enough going on in that design. Yeah, we'll have to think of some more stuff to cram in there. More stuff to cram in there. Maybe just like a Nigel Farage face or something. Alright, chat, let's get it started. It's time for the news. We are going to be taking a look at the US striking Iran again. That's what's happened. It's happened today. You've seen it happen probably in the news. Probably the other streamers that you watch in the day have been covering this already. So let's take a little look. We're going to start off with the oil prices. Incredibly funny stuff. Because we were sat there thinking for a long time that some trickery was afoot. And that in fact, it's probably the case that there is some kind of oil reserve demand to have opened up the oil reserves and all this kind of business that is keeping the price of oil down. And it turns out that that was very short-lived, because here we are. It got to a low of $67 a barrel. And that, you know, you could definitely argue that was pre-war levels, but it was only really post-June last year that it was coming down from another spike because of the war with Iran, right? So that's the closest it's been to so-called pre-war levels. And of course, pre-war levels are like, let's take a look. Before the war, it got as low as $59 a barrel. So, you know, still $10 ahead of where that was. So it really hasn't gone down to pre-war levels. I think even this like spike here is 66. It's not got as low at that. This is when there was speculation because people were worried that, you know, there is going to be, you know, a war in Iran. So here we are. It's rocketing back up again, and that's where we're at. So there you go. What's Trump saying? To honor our brave men and women of the military, we're sending the brand new and truly spectacular Air Force One to Mildenhall Air Force Base in the United Kingdom to give them a chance to tour the aircraft. Everybody is so excited, and we thought that they should be the first. For old time's sake, we'll be taking the former Air Force One from Turkey to Mildenhall, a short trip that is totally worth doing in order to give our great military heroes a chance to appreciate our beautiful new addition to the Air Force fleet, President Donald J. Trump. So that's fun, isn't it? That's what's happening. They're taking some fucking plane to RAF Mildenhall, and this is proof, in fact, even though Trump talks a lot of shit, he's just mindlessly talking about going to RAF Mildenhall. And this is him essentially admitting that there is a hell of a lot of US troops currently stationed in the United Kingdom who are preparing to go and attack Iran. That's essentially what's going on here. So, some completely insane stuff. Let's take a look at Al Jazeera. Now, Al Jazeera reporting on this stuff again. Al Jazeera English, in fact, still heading more towards Iran in terms of appearing to be more sympathetic to the struggle that Iran is under, with this title of this video saying Iran slams US violations of Memorandum of Understanding as multiple blasts rock Qasem, Sirik, and Bandar Abbas. This was 12 hours ago. This happened because the US refused to let Iran take control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they were trying to get more ships through the Oman route, which we discussed last week, and Iran hit another tanker. And in fact, I think they hit 3 tankers that have tried to do this today. So that is something that has probably had an effect on the price of oil as well, cumulatively. And this Al Jazeera report is going to tell us about the American response. Oman route. Am I saying it wrong? Oman route. I'm still white. Listen, I do a good effort of trying to pronounce Arabic names of places. I'm sorry if I still get some stuff wrong. Yeah, I am sorry if I still get some stuff wrong. I am trying. I'm definitely trying. Hello, RT Clearance. Welcome in. All right, let's have a little look at this.
Iran. The latest round of strikes follows recent attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state media say explosions...
I'm cancelling you right now. Yeah, well, that'll be, what, the 5th time?
...were heard in the port city of Sirik.
Good luck, man.
Bandar Abbas and on Qasem Island. Several people have reportedly been...
It'll work this time. I'll definitely stop streaming this time.
Iran's top joint military command vowed a, quote, crushing response
Clipped and
to
shipped.
US attacks. US Central Command says the strikes were in response to Iranian attacks on commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, in a statement sent...
So you'll notice, chat, that they're still hitting that same place, that same area. Let's just bring this up on a map again. So... it is that place in this little, I don't know what you'd call it, armpit. This bend in the Strait of Hormuz. And so there you go. Bandar Abbas, Sirik, and Qasem. Now, they could be doing that because this is where the rockets are coming from that are hitting the tankers that are coming through here, trying to get through this, Oman route, this or Oman route. Don't know how to pronounce it now. I'm thinking too much about it. And they could be responding there because of that. But they also could be trying to take Qasem Island. This could be something that they're saying. It could be a bluff, talking about Karg Island so much. And they could be trying to take Qasem Island instead. I don't know. But I think that the fact that they keep hitting these areas here I think that shows that they are particularly concentrating on this area for whatever reason. And it could just be because, again, this is where they're targeting the tankers from. But it could be a broader... If they want to control the Strait of Hormuz, it would make sense for them to invade here and then take control of it and just let ships go through, right? And I think that will be like something that is going through Trump's head to be a quick win, right? It's still not going to work. But people are saying that he really wants Karg Island. But again, you know, this could be a bluff. I don't know. It's hard to tell, right? I think that they're going to go for one or two of these islands. They're either going to go for Karg Island or Keshem or both, because it's all about the flow of oil. It's the spice must flow. It's dune, but it's not spice. It's oil. So that's my take.
Says the US
some advisors played Battlefield 3, and you can tell.
More than 80 targets with precision munitions as an immediate response to Iran's latest attacks on commercial vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. They struck Iranian air defense systems.
I will never get over how fucking stupid this logo is. Is it like a real fucking logo that someone drew? You know? Like, just, like, not that. Just fucking look at this. It's so ridiculous, bro. I can't, like, I genuinely, like, when I first started noticing it, I was like, this is a fake account. This is a fake account. The eye is so crazy, man. I think the eye is the craziest bit. There's no confirmation that Iran hit those ships. I think there is Quelbs, because I think that they have said the USA has violated the Memorandum of Understanding by trying to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. So I do think that they have hit the ships, and I'm not, like, I wouldn't expect them to not hit the ships, to be honest, because that is what they have said. They have said all ships need to go through Iran and Oman, and that's how it's going to work. If you don't do this, we're going to close off the Strait of Hormuz. It's back to basics. The feathers are inconsistent between the wings. It's probably slop. No, this is like decades old, I think. I think that they've had this since, like, CENTCOM started in, like, I don't know, when did it start? Can we see CENTCOM? Wikipedia, United States Central Command. Emblem of the United States Central Command. This is a file from Wikimedia Commons. Seal of CENTCOM can be seen on their About Us page as of March 27th, 2023. It could be slop. Own work based on official CENTCOM seal PNG. No, yeah, this is from like years ago. This is just someone who's bad at art that got hired by the United States to make a bad eagle. The more you look at it, the worse it gets. The right wing is fucked. Yeah. Yeah. This is just someone whose passion is not graphic design. Yeah, it's the classic US military seal, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not AI.
Command and control.
But it's still bad.
Networks, coastal radar sites, anti-ship missile capabilities, and more than 60 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps small boats in and near the strait.
The Eagle is flying over the Middle East, which is also like, you know, it's also confusing, right? When you hear about United States Central Command, because you would think that that is somewhere in America, but it's like, no, it's Central Command for the for the Middle East, the occupation of the Middle East. That's basically where it's for. Like, it all started in 83 with... 83 was the Gulf War? Start of the Gulf War? No, it wasn't. Gulf War was the 90s, right? 91, 92? Yeah, they're saying it's from the perspective of the entire world. Like, they control the world. Yeah. What was it in 83 that they did in the Middle East? Some coup. It will be a coup, one of many coups. Iran-Iraq was probably the biggest. Yeah, the Iran-Iraq war. Yes, they fucking armed Saddam Hussein. That was when the Iran-Iraq war happened, right? Yes, yes.
Ability to continue attacking international commerce flowing through the international trade corridor. Well, air raid sirens have been heard in Bahrain and Kuwait after those US strikes. The Kuwaiti army says its air defences have been confronting missile and drone attacks, and Bahrain's Interior Ministry has urged the public to remain calm and to go to the nearest safe place.
Go to the nearest safe place. Yeah, that's good.
Well, the US attacks on Iran began shortly after Washington revoked a waiver that allowed Iran to sell its oil under the interim peace agreement. The decision by the Treasury Department followed attacks on 3 tankers transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign ministry says it holds the US government...
I fear the US will use tactical nukes. They will not use tactical nukes. They won't do it. I promise you. Right? I fucking promise you. It's not going to happen. It would be... If it does happen, it would be the stupidest decision by any president ever. Like, it would, like, again, like, you know, we're going back to this whole argument of like, oh, will Trump use a nuke, etc., etc., etc. Yes, there aren't any like examples of a nuke ever being tactical. It wouldn't be a tactical nuke, it'd just be a nuke, right? But it would just, yeah, it would, well, so far it would be the stupidest thing, yes. Are we not expecting Trump to make the stupidest decision of any president ever, to be fair? I mean, sure, but we've gone through this before, right? I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I've done a whole fucking video about why Trump probably won't use a nuke. I think it's far more likely that he won't use one than he will. But if he does, it would be horrible and fucking completely horrific, but it still will not be Iran. And it would plunge the world into economic turmoil way faster than the rate it's currently going at. The US is, I would certainly say the US is probably closer to using nukes than they ever have been, but it's still not likely. I think that that's a good way of saying it, Follistan, yes. It wouldn't help their objectives. It wouldn't help their objectives at all.
Responsible for what it calls repeated violations.
Closer than 62? No, I don't think so. I don't think that they would be closer than 62. That's a good point. Yeah.
On ending the war.
Because they were pretty much just like ready to go in 62, weren't they? They were like, yes, this has got to happen.
Under the agreement reached in Switzerland last month, the US issued a waiver on Iranian oil exports that were meant to last.
And to be clear, like, it looks like they are, again, like, I don't think they're going to use nukes for a number of reasons. They've got 600,000 personnel in the area, right? Now, only a fucking moron, and I mean high-grade moron, would use a nuke when all of your troops are in that area, right? If you're going to use a troop because you're a fucking, like, a total megalomaniacal psycho like Trump, and you are just going to, like, nuke an entire people or whatever, like, murder so many people, this, that, and the other. I don't know, like, maybe you wouldn't care about your own troops, but it would just be, like, I don't know. I feel like that would trigger, like, a military coup against him in the UK. In the US, sorry. Just wear gas masks and walk toward the mushroom cloud like those old 50 film reels, yeah. Yeah, the fallout could hit allies, all this stuff. It would be bonkers. It would be so stupid. I think he does care about the optics, and I do also think that he understands that it would destroy the markets, and any kind of wealth that he has would be pretty much done. So, you know, again, I think that what they're actually going to do is they're going to attempt to do a invasion, and I think that they are going to run away with their tail between their legs, and I think that Trump will be too concerned about things that are going on at home, because the AI bubble is going to burst around then, and I think that the war with Iran is going to accelerate that, and I think that that is, you know, that's the more likely scenario. Can't destroy his wealth if it's all in crypto. Yeah, I mean, that's what he would think, but I don't know if he's stupid enough to believe that.
Until next month. Al Jazeera's Raisal Sardar joins us live now from the Iranian capital. Raisal, so talk us through what more Iranian officials have been saying.
I will be genuinely shocked if nukes are used. I will be. Like, I promise you I will be. I'm not saying that I, like, know everything about these kinds of conflicts and stuff like that, but, like, it would be a genuine, like, oh my God, because it would just accelerate the downfall of the empire so fast. Like, so fucking fast. It will be a historically catastrophic event. Yes. It would just be... There would just be unknown ramifications. And, yeah. It would genuinely be, like... But I think that Trump knows this, right? I think that even Trump knows this. I think people like Peter Hegseth know this, and this, that, and the other. But maybe he doesn't. There's a non-0% chance that it could happen. That's what I will say. But I think that chance is lower than the chance of it not happening.
About these latest US attacks.
Well, indeed, this latest attack is the largest since there has been a ceasefire agreed.
Yeah, he was alive in 1962. He'd be aware of the dangers, yeah.
The chief negotiator of Iran and also the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf, simply saying that major memorandum of understanding violations by the United States, so violating Iranian adjustments in the Strait of Hormuz, persistent threats of further strikes, the reinstating oil sanctions and attacks on the southern Iran and also Israel.
Oh, so they've reinstated oil sanctions, so there you go.
Aggression in Lebanon, and he's warning, saying that the era of bullying and extortion is over. Iran, this will lead nowhere, and Iran will not fall. So this is a statement coming from the chief negotiator of Iran. And also Kazem Gharibabadi, who is the deputy foreign minister but the head of Iranian technical team in negotiations, he's also saying that the memorandum of understanding is being violated by the United States, but particularly he is referring Article 10 about the oil sanctions being lifted. So what the Iranians are saying, that the city of Sirik was hit, that's important because it looks over the Strait of Hormuz, and according to Iranian officials, there are some people injured at a commercial port. At least 6 locations in Sirik were hit, and then in Kashmir Island, 7 locations, and then in Bandar Abbas, 10 locations. And after that, so the IRGC is also just releasing a statement saying that in response to the American attacks, IRGC have struck 85 locations that belongs to the
85
U.S. Army across the region, but particularly the 5th Fleet, American 5th Fleet in Bahrain, and also Ali al-Salim Air Base in Kuwait. So,
oh, it's over, bro. It is fucking over. Oh my God.
If that is true, perhaps that also is the largest Iranian response since the ceasefire was agreed in April.
Yeah, and Rasul, the US...
85, not great, not terrible. What are you talking about? Iran hitting 85 different locations at once is a massive... That's a huge retaliation. Probably why Trump was so upset today, yeah. 8 IRGC got killed, yeah. Not great, not terrible is a reference. Oh, sorry, I don't know what that is. Chernobyl reference. Oh, right, I've not seen that. I don't know what you're on about. Don't like anything you like, chat. Don't forget. Don't forget, don't like anything that you like. So I'm not going to get that stuff. No, I'm joking. You can continue to make references. It's just my bad if I don't understand it. Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah.
Says it's revoking that waiver that temporarily lifted oil sanctions against Iran. What could this mean then for the Iranian economy and the talks going forward?
Except that GB news clip. That's different. That's not popular culture. That's news. That's politics. That's what I do here. Don't like anything that you like except for, you know, this is what I do. I'm a geopolitics communist freak. That's what I am. Yeah.
Definitely is going to put a huge pressure on Iranian economy, but perhaps more importantly, that could potentially jeopardize the memorandum of understanding.
You like footy, admit it. I genuinely don't. This isn't even a bit. I genuinely don't like footy. I genuinely don't like footy.
Because Article 10 of the Memorandum of Understanding is referring to lifting the sanctions, particularly on Iran's oil and petrochemical products sectors. So now that the US is reimposing these sanctions, then we do not know whether they can reissue another waiver. But if that continues, so simply one of the most important article of the Memorandum of Understanding,
hey Red Bear, how you doing?
Potentially could force Iranians walking out of the negotiations, because just remember, this country has been under the sanctions since decades, and then 2 wars within 12 months, and Iranian industrial base was heavily hit in the recent attacks, in the recent war. So the country is under huge economic pressure, and the only way that the country can breathe or can somehow generate some revenues is selling the oil. And now the sanctions being reinstated, reimposed over this sector, this critical sector, simply means the country being deprived from its lifeline.
All of this imagery of like oil refining equipment is doing something insane to my brain when it's like this hot, chat. I don't know if anyone understands what I mean, but like looking at this stuff and like looking at it all, like, you know, like they're burning it and like extracting it from the ground and refining it and all that stuff, and I'm like sat there and it's this warm, I'm like losing my mind a bit. Do you know what I mean?
And that's why it has the potential.
Well, yeah, we are looking at the reason why it's so hot. Like, why is it so hot right now? All of this stuff, and I just hate it. I hate so much of it, man.
Further increase the pressure on Iranian economy, and also jeopardizing the Memorandum of Understanding.
I know that it's all that Iran has got, right? But Iran is hardly the penultimate fossil fuel extraction superpower in the world, right? It's more America. But like, I'm just seeing it, right? Seeing it is just like, fucking hell. Made the mistake of having minted lamb burgers for dinner. It's too hot to be having this. Yeah, but it sounds really peng. That sounds really nice. Actually, those fires are thousands of miles away. You'll never feel the heat. Yes. Now look at melting ice caps. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. The West is the primary beneficiary of the vast majority of emissions. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, in what universe are burgers inappropriate for hot weather? Yeah, surely you should be really enjoying that. Is it just because you're stood near the hob and it's warm? Bengali liberal says, fuck USA, fuck Israel, fuck Iran, fuck Russia, fuck India, fuck Pakistan, fuck China. Any questions? Yeah, how does it feel to stand for like literally nothing? I see your account was created today, Bengali liberal. Wait, today? Yesterday? Yesterday! I do stand for a lot. Do you stand for me shagging your dad? Do you stand for me shagging your dad? No, I'm asking you. Do you stand for me shagging your dad? If you don't answer the question, I'm just gonna... If consensual. I am liberal. Yes, that's the problem. Yes, we're all tankies here. He sits for that. Very good. Very good. I am consensual. That's an odd thing to say. I don't mind your views. I mean, look, man, saying fuck China and fuck Iran and fuck Russia is probably just like not going to get you very far in this chat. So, I don't know. You know? You're probably going to get pissed off with some of the things that we say. Why support them? What makes you think that I support them? I hope they beat the USA and Israel. Yes, that's the right opinion to have. Correct. But I don't like their government. What business is it of yours? Ray banned them yesterday from his chat. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Because they are friends with Jamaat Party in Bangladesh. I don't know what any of that means. Same like how the USA funds BJP in India. No, it's not. Goodbye. I'm not wasting time with you. No, it's not. It's not the same as that. Goodbye. Okay, that was fun, wasn't it, chat? Okay. Here's the thing. I've been live for an hour. Yeah? This is my job. I do this for a living. It is the only form of income that I get. Except for a tiny little bit of money from the Universal Credit. However, it's not a lot, and I'm getting kicked off that in October. Please consider donating to the stream. I would only ask that 11 of you donate £5 each, and we will hit the daily dono goal that is there every day for us to observe. If you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, if you value the space that I create for you here on Twitch, where we share similar opinions and we can talk about similar things and appreciate similar things and talk about organizing and talk about the broader issues of imperialism and capitalism, please consider helping me pay my rent, pay my bills, getting my groceries, getting Melpo little treats and all that kind of business. Melpo, he's currently in his little cave. And if we get to £27.50, Baldwin's Ghost, let's go. First donor of the day. Thank you so much, Baldwin. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. All right, just 10 more of you now, chat. Just 10 more. I know 400 people pass through the stream on a daily basis on average. Just need 11 of you to donate £55 every day. £5 each, sorry, every day. And it is more than doable, more than achievable. I believe in you, chat. I believe in you. You don't even have to subscribe. Song of Ashley with the £5. Let's go. We're on the £5 dono train already. Thank you so much, Song of Ashley. We got the £5 for Song of Ashley, £5 from Baldwin's Ghost. And another £5 from Crescent. That's crazy. You donated £5 every day.
Neil, do I look like I'm made of money?
You don't have to donate every day, Crescent, but I appreciate that you have donated, maybe not every day. Maybe you didn't donate yesterday, but like you've donated multiple times this month already. Thank you very much. If you've already donated this month, you don't have to donate again. The idea is that everybody chips in together and we all achieve the dono goal like that. But thank you so much for the 3 donos, the 3 £5 donos in a in like 5 minutes or whatever. Three £5 donos in a minute. And that was very good. So thank you very much for all of that. That was pretty decent for the first call to action of the day. Thank you very much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. If we get that every hour, we'll hit the daily dono goal. No problem. So I'll come back to you all in an hour. And there'll be new people in who can donate after that. Pretty by Goof, welcome in. How are you doing? Was there anyone else who came in that I missed? Yusef, how are you doing? Good to see you. Okay, yes. I think I've said hi to everybody. Alright, chat. We would need another, what is it? £5 and then £7. What's that added together? We just need another £12.50 in order to unlock Melpo Cam. And you know what I always say? You've got to get him early on. If you want to experience Melpo Cam, you've got to get him early on. Yeah? Because in a minute, he'll go. At any point during the day. When I get up to go for a piss or something, he's going to come with me. And he might stay out there. That's how that goes. When I get up to have some tea in a minute because I'm getting hungry, he'll follow me and bother me and try and get me to play with him. So, limited time. There's a limited time that Melpit is available for. So I would suggest, if that's something that you care about, get that extra £12.50 in stat. And then you can have the most Melpit time that is possible to have in a stream. But I'll just say it once. I'll just say it once. Let's get back to the news. Working, lurking, hell yeah, let's go. We see that Trump is considering lifting the arms ban against Turkey so the US can sell them F-35s. Oh, hell yeah. That's so sick. I love more military stuff happening all over the world. Alright, that's the end of that video from Al Jazeera, that report from Al Jazeera. Let's take a little look at this. This is Barry with the Ned. After an hour of drone strikes in Bahrain, sirens are now activating for the arrival of missiles. This was at 3 in the morning last night, which I believe would be about 6 a.m. local time, Bahrain, Qatar, Iran, sort of Gulf of Persia area. And then, whenever this was, 3:30, and 30 minutes later, attacks in Bahrain haven't stopped. There are sirens active in Kuwait. Video of air defenses active above Bahrain. Attacks are still ongoing. The IRGC says they shot down an MQ-9 in southern Iran. Another Reaper drone down. Let's take a look at this. You can hear the booms of it going off. Alright, so there's that video. Let's see if Barry's got any more vids. No. Okay. Let's take a look at this. 12 minutes. US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding almost dead as analysts warn escalations risk wider war. This was from 7 hours ago on Al Jazeera. Let's take a look at this.
Though this Al Jazeera news hour in Ankara, where the NATO summit is well underway. Lots on the agenda here. Difficult relations between the NATO.
What they got here? Look at all the shit they got on their desks. They got bickies. They got these like cans of pop, whatever that is. They got special fancy blue water.
Underway.
Look at all this shit. That's crazy, man.
On the agenda here, difficult relations between...
I would be twatting them bickies.
NATO allies. President Trump again criticizing them over...
Yeah, we're going to be having a look at that in a bit, Crescent. Don't you worry.
The war in Ukraine, but now dominating the agenda, events in the Middle East. It started with Iranian attacks on tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Overnight, the US responded. Central Command hitting 80 sites in Iran. Several injuries reported by the Iranian authorities. The Secretary General of NATO, when he arrived here, said he strongly supported the US military action, and his arrival was followed by that.
Wonder how many biscuits go to waste? Probably loads.
Trump, who had some extremely hard-hitting comments.
To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they...
Now, chat, what you have to remember is that this motherfucker, not 2 weeks ago, was parading around this memorandum of understanding like it was the best thing since sliced fucking bread. Signing it at the fucking Palace of Versailles. We've signed it, it's all done. And now he's like, they're scum, we tried to weasel around the deal. And they wouldn't allow it, they're scum, I don't want to deal with them anymore. He is mad, he's madder than he's ever been. He thought that during this time period that he could get more tankers through the Strait of Hormuz by doing some weaselly fucking conniving with Oman, and it's not worked because Iran is smarter than that, and he's a fucking idiot. And so here we are. And it is absolutely absurd. Like, it's so absurd to witness. Genuinely absurd to witness. And again, chat, you know, his backup plan is that he is going to invade. This is what we know. 600,000 US military personnel in the region. That includes troops. That is going to happen. That is something that is going to happen. They haven't moved any of the hardware out of the region. They are building, they're trying to build back up the bases and stuff, even though they keep getting hit by Iran and whatnot. At some point soon, I guarantee there is going to be a whistleblower from the military. We're going to have like another Chelsea Manning or Edward Snowden situation where someone comes out of the military and is like, they are trying to get us to rebuild these bases and Iran is fucking hitting them with drones. It is completely insane. They don't know what they're doing. They keep saying this. They keep saying that this is happening, but it's wrong. They keep getting orders wrong. They keep getting... It's going to be absolutely wild, the shit that comes out of the US military. Like, when there is a whistleblower or when there is someone, I don't know, who just does like an interview and just decides to go, fuck it, I don't care. I'm just going to tell everybody what's happened. But yeah, that's his backup plan. His backup plan is that they are going to invade. And when that happens, it's going to be a meat grinder. He's just going to keep throwing American troops into the meat grinder. They're going to be coming back by the fucking shipload. And one must imagine Sisyphus raging. Like, that's what he is. Like, he has this huge albatross, which is Iran, round his neck, and he just simply will not. He simply will not take it off his neck. He won't get it off his neck. It has become his Sisyphus pushing the boulder up his hill. And he is screaming, crying, throwing up, shitting his pants. Because he just cannot get what he wants out of this. And by that, I do understand what people mean when they say he's probably going to use a nuke. I disagree because I don't think... I do think he's stupid, but I don't think he's that stupid. Think about, in terms of like thought processes, he wanted the war to end to try and get more oil out so that the economy works again. He can make money. Everyone else can make money. His friends can make money. He's got fossil fuel lobbyists in his ears, right? Saying... You know, we want to be... It's all well and good having the price of oil be really high, but no one's fucking buying it from us, right? No one's able to get it from us. And that's going to be something that's stressing him out. And so he's trying to get that oil through the Strait of Hormuz. That's why he keeps saying he doesn't want it. We don't need it. We don't need it. He's been manipulating the market the whole time. A nuke would ruin that. Yes, absolutely. I know it was an hour ago or something now, but here's a pre-pandemic version of the CENTCOM seal. Oh my god, it might be AI. The new seal might be AI. I stand corrected. DJ, that is incredible sleuthing. That's incredible sleuthing. That is absolutely not that. Oh my god. Before and after. What? What? They made it like Family Guy. They made it a Family Guy version. Oh my god. That's so insane. Why did they do that? Why did they do it? That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. Before, after, before, after, before, after. Looks like it was made in paint by a child. That is absolutely wild. It kind of looks like they traced it like a little bit, but also they didn't, because look how fucked up the right wing is. Like, it's just ridiculous. The right wing is terrible. Absolutely terrible. And the Talons are just absurd. I mean, I know that this one here is kind of like if you look at this in like a zoomed in fashion, you can see that they did this one in Coral Draw, right? Anyone remember Coral Draw? They obviously like made these shapes and they were just like, yeah, fuck it, that'll do. The right wing is terrible, it's true. Hey! I didn't even realize I'd said that. If my fellow American comrades and I do not make the most of the domestic fallout that inevitably follows the invasion, no judgment from our successors will be harsh enough. I just think it will happen. Like, it is going to happen, RTE clearance. And the fact that people like you were saying it, like, it just proves to me that it is going to happen. Like, you know, I think the thing that I remember all the time is that the American proletariat did fight against literal cops that were, like, shooting them and shit back in the 20s and the 10s and all that stuff. There's been like a whole history of union busting and mafia bosses like attacking and killing union bosses and shit like that. And unions persist in the heart of capitalism. That's the beauty of communism, is that it just persists and it just remains. So you can take hope from that. You know, that's my take on that. In Chicago and West Virginia, yeah.
They had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them.
Look how the logo affects how the headline feels. Yeah. This is the thing. It's so absurd. And then, like, let's do this. Can I... Okay, let's do this. Not in downloads. Let's save it to the desktop. And let's bring that in as an image. Okay. All right. There you go. CENTCOM confirms 6 US service members killed in action in Iran war, right? At least it looks a bit more official. And then this one is like, 6 people died, basically. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Gosh, they died! Whoa! What's the map in the background supposed to be? It's the Middle East. That's what CENTCOM is. It's just like America's imperialist base in the Middle East, right? It's not even US Central Command. It's just, this is where we extract the value from. This is where we extract money.
Liars.
Well, let's discuss this further and get perspectives.
All right, I gotta go for a wee.
Sides on this. I'm joined by Ali Akbar Dirani, and also he's in Tehran for us, an analyst there in Tehran, and also Joey Hood is in Doha. He's a former senior US diplomat. Let me start with you, Ambassador Hood. Donald Trump is never diplomatic, but these were particularly blunt comments. Do you believe diplomacy is over on this issue?
No, I don't think diplomacy is over, but I think that, as I posted on social media last night, I said, rest in peace, MOU. I do think this MOU is dead. I think it was fundamentally flawed from the very beginning, but it's now Iran that has decided to attack the mediator. And when one party to a negotiation attacks the mediator multiple times, I think that there's not much chance of success in diplomatic negotiations. So now I believe that we're in a new phase. This is no longer a war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. It is now a war by Iran on the Gulf Arab states in an attempt to control their economies by threatening commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz as long as those ships and the countries behind them don't do Iran's bidding. I don't think this is going to end well for Iran because they've managed to alienate all the countries of the Gulf now with these multiple attacks, as well as their customers in Asia, in Europe, and in Africa. So I think that you will see a diplomatic effort here on the part of the world's countries to try to put pressure on Iran to stop threatening commercial shipping, and particularly to stop this attempted hostage taking of the Gulf economies.
Ali Akbar, I'm sure you're not going to agree with all of the conclusions there of Joey Hurd, but do you agree with his main point that the memorandum of understanding that was hammered out with all of that tough negotiation in Switzerland, that now, well, that was actually the implementation of it. It was actually agreed before that. But do you think that it is now dead?
Yes, it is almost dead. We saw the typical Trump today. Narcissist, rude, disrespectful, unpredictable, and mentally unbalanced. This is what we have seen from him in the past, and today he repeated himself. Not a single day has passed since he signed the Memorandum of Understanding that he has not resorted to threats against Iran, a violation of Article 1 of the MOU. He has violated all the articles of the Memorandum of Understanding. Trump has not honored his own signature, and he doesn't want to come to the fact that he signed a document giving Iran the authority to make arrangements for the safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. He deliberately tried to create an alternative route in order to undermine Iran's position. The Americans have been trying to undermine and dismantle Iran's position one by one. Look at what they have been doing on the ground. If the Americans are honoring their commitments, why are they sending more weapons and military forces to Iran's proximity in violation of the MOU? If they are honoring their commitments, why they signed a separate...
Now, from what I can hear already, is that, you know, Al Jazeera English is again providing a very, very balanced view here. And having this person on who is saying, yep, the American president signed a memorandum of understanding to say that they are letting the country of Iran have a whole load of control, and they will deal with the Strait of Hormuz and shit like that. And it's almost like they didn't understand what they were signing. Yes. Guy sounds like he's on the State Department payroll. Is that the previous guy? Some of those countries have cut a deal with Iran. Yep. He's a dipshit. Israel never famously never attacks negotiators. I didn't hear the other guy, yeah. I was fucking around with my ginger bug. The design looks better as a mass-produced patch. That might be why the master image is so dopey. Oh, I see. Now the CENTCOM image. Hey, Skathach. The Gulf countries didn't want anything to do with it before. Why does this guy think anything has changed? This guy's name Hurd or Hurt? We'll find out. Joey Hurd? We'll find out in a bit. As a kid, I didn't used to think about how I would live to see the US's 250th birthday. I didn't observe Independence Day at all. I didn't even take the kids out for fireworks. Yeah. Who cares? I did one thing. I blasted I'm an American by La Coca Nostra from my car. Literally a gangster rap song about the evils of imperialism. Yeah, that's sick. Want to be an American with a red white and blue. Just dead funny, all that shit, innit? Like, it's just so funny how it's become a joke. I'm gonna be an American. Sorry.
With Lebanon and Israel in contradiction with the MOU that requires Israel to end all military operations and leave Lebanon. This shows that the Americans have not honored their commitments, and they had no intention of honoring it. Iran.
Have you heard the Canadian version? No, but I imagine it goes like this. I'd love to be a Canadian, you hoser.
A parallel approach, keeping
born in the
open
red, white, and maple leaf. What's the other thing they say? A.
The same time making preparations for the
I'm always nailing
scenario. That's what Iranian.
It's just the exact same song, but the lyrics have changed. Classic Canada.
Have been doing in conjunction with each other, and they are united in that.
Ambassador Hood, hearing the two of you, you can hear the different perspectives and how this has already turned into a memorandum of misunderstanding. Can I ask you, you're a veteran diplomat for the United States, can I ask you to take your US hat off for a moment? As a veteran diplomat, if you were advising the mediators, Pakistan and Qatar, what would you suggest they do now?
James, that is a really good question, because this is an unprecedented situation in which one party to a negotiation repeatedly attacks the mediator. You notice that they're not doing that with Pakistan because I think they really would not be able.
You're supposed to take your US head off, dickhead. You're supposed to take the US hat off. That's what he asked you to do. Take the US hat off, right? They're not attacking the mediators. They are attacking US bases in the country that the mediators are from. They bolt that shit on. They staple that shit on.
Able to withstand the response from Pakistan.
It's actually like the Harkonnen chest plug, yeah? Where like you could just take it out and all the blood just comes out of your body automatically. That's what it's like. You can't take that shit off. It's there. Forever.
With whom Iran was in a shooting war just a couple of years ago. So in this case, it's really difficult to...
Oh, did he mean that Israel was attacking the mediators? I thought he said, hang on a minute, he says... That's a really good question.
Because this is an unprecedented situation in which one party to a negotiation repeatedly attacks the mediator.
No, he is talking about Iran. He's talking about Iran attacking Qatar. That's what he's talking about.
You notice that they're not doing that with Pakistan because I think they really would not be able to withstand the response from Pakistan, with whom Iran was in a shooting war just a couple of years ago. So in this case, it's really difficult to try to help the mediators break this sort of bullying and extortion that Speaker Ghalibaf accused the United States of, but that Iran is itself engaging in. I think that what they're going to need to do is to form, as the GCC, a coalition with other states around the area, such as Pakistan, and their biggest customers in Asia, and to try to put diplomatic pressure on the Iranians. You could see a few ways they could do this. For example, Pakistan could say, look, I'm sorry to have to do this, but I have a very powerful navy in the Arabian Sea, and any Iranian ship that comes through now is going to have to coordinate with me and maybe pay fees to me. You could see how Singapore and Malaysia and Indonesia together might also say any Iranian ship coming through to deliver oil to China is going to have to coordinate with me and pay fees to me. We don't want to do that, but we could be forced to do that if Iran doesn't give up its stranglehold on commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. I think those are just a few of the ways, but they're going to have to do something different than this MOU, which was deeply flawed from the beginning. I think bringing Lebanon into it without Lebanon or Israel being signatories to the agreement was a mistake. And the fact that the United States government was nonetheless able to make a historic breakthrough and find an agreement, however flawed that may be, between the governments of Lebanon and Israel should have been recognized by the Iranian side, but instead it's being used as another casus belli, which really doesn't make any logical sense.
He's chatting rubbish again. What did he say? Why no one other nations than Israel want the Iran smoke? For all their bluster, they know Iran is targeting US military bases. If Iran was doing Israel shit, it would be a different story. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Asia is going to help the US? Wait, what? Is that what he said? Indonesia, the world's largest Muslim nation? What the fuck? There is no way that's happening. This guy wants every nation in the West and South Asia to jump in for some reason. Yeah, because he's a NATO warhawk freak. Americans love the fuck around, find out principle. They're not dealing with it well versus Iran. Yeah. He just listed a bunch of countries that should jump in. That's so sick. Yeah, just say anything. Circle Iran. Surround them. Yeah, that'll work. Cloud Cuckoo Land. Yeah. What the fuck is that?
So I think the mediators are really in a pickle here, but there's no way...
I think the mediators are in a pickle because the rest of the world just won't attack Iran.
Out of this other than to continue to try to find a diplomatic solution.
Yeah, they can't get NATO to join it. And the funniest thing about that, we're going to get into some of the NATO summit stuff in a bit. The funniest bit about that is that, like, Trump is just insulting NATO all the time. Like, that's his strategy. He hasn't been able to get NATO to join in this terribly ill-thought-out war that isn't going very well for the United States. And Trump's solution to that is to just be like, NATO, they're all cowards, actually. I don't like them. They don't have spines. I think they're all scum, actually. They might as well be Iran. They wouldn't join in on attacking the world's biggest sponsor of terrorism ever.
It brings together...
yeah, and he was talking about Greenland again, which is just crazy. He's like, I don't like what they did about Greenland. They said I couldn't have it.
Diplomatic, military, and economic pressure.
But it's great. It means that NATO is falling apart, which is just good. That's just good stuff. Hey, Sir Goosebumps, did you hear Trump having a meltdown about Spain? Yep, we're going to get into that. We're going to check that out later.
On Iran to...
spend more on your defense so you can attack people for me.
The region.
Ali Akbar, this is about diplomacy, it's about politics, it's also about people, though. Can you give me an idea of what the feeling is of the people you're talking to about the prospect of sliding back into full-scale war?
Bro, everyone in Iran is like, Markbar, America, Markbar, Israel. Are you joking me? Like, what's the temperature on the ground? People are like, yes, America's gonna die. It's the end of the empire, finally. The Islamic Revolution has fucking won. It's victorious. Like, that is what's happening. Insane, just ridiculous stuff to be asking. This guy can't wait to answer that question. He's gonna be reserved about it. He's not gonna do what I did. He's not gonna say the obvious thing. He's just gonna be like, yeah, people are a bit scared, but they're willing to stand by Iran. He's gonna say something like that. Have you covered the funeral? I haven't covered the funeral, but it's like, it's pretty obvious from the footage of the funeral that I've seen. For chatters that don't know, it was Ali Khamenei, the previous supreme leader's funeral over the last 6 days. They had like a 6-day thing. And yes, 23 million people attended it. Right? 23 million people. And yes, millions in Iraq. Like, if there was going to be a insurgency within Iran, 23 million people would be standing up against it. That's the way to sort of read that, right? Chilavina says, hi, Mule and chat. Got called about a job. I'm not going to be poor as fuck anymore, just slightly poor. Yeah, let's go! Good for you, Chilavina. Let's go. Welcome in.
Iran is not seeking war. Iran is the victim. The United States and Israel are the aggressors. And now you see Trump effectively killing the memorandum of understanding he signed himself. And this, by this, America's military actions speak louder than words. America's military actions roll the situation back to before the MOU. And from there, it's likely that there will be escalation beyond control. If this is going to happen, then I suppose we are going to have a larger scale war. And in that case, Iran will go for a horizontal war, meaning a wide geographical area throughout the Middle East. Iran cannot tolerate this American attacks. Iran had warned the United States not to fire at Iran during the week-long funeral for Iran's martyred supreme leader, but Trump did it again. So Iran will make sure that this time Trump is going to pay a very high price. Iran doesn't want...
That's why they launched 85 missiles and they all hit. That's what happened there. I saw a lot of talk about the new Ayatollah not attending the funeral. Why the hell would his people put him in public to be assassinated, as Trump keeps going on about? Exactly. He is going to be hiding in the deepest mountain cave city of all time. Correct. Hey, Slick Stick Stuck, how you doing? Yeah, this is why they responded by hitting 85 different fucking targets. They aren't fucking around anymore, bro. If the US... Well, when the US invades Iran, shit is going to hit the fan in a way that the USA has never seen before. You know, what we know about Iran, tactically, chat, is that they are the most restrained country in the history of the world, possibly, in terms of being willing to defend itself. However, they hold back. And I guarantee they have missile stocks out the ass. And they could go at this shit for fucking decades if they wanted to. Or, like, you know, they've planned for it to be that long if something like that is to happen. They've been planning for an invasion. When people were talking about the possibility of a ground invasion, fucking Mohammed Morandi was like, great, I get a chance to fucking murk some imperialists. He had a smile on his face bigger than anything I've ever seen in my life. The fact that Iran didn't shell the shit out of Ankara today proves that there's a good side and a bad side to this war. This is what I mean! This is what I'm saying! If Iran wanted to, it could have launched its entire arsenal at Ankara and it would have hit it. It would have hit it. And, you know, it would have caused vast damage. Vast damage. And I don't even know if Turkey would get involved. I don't even know if Turkey would get involved with, like, responding to that. They would probably be like, nah, dog, I'm out. We're not stupid enough for that.
That it cannot tolerate this smaller scale military attacks aimed at targeting the infrastructure that allows Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz. This is intolerable. Iran is not going to tolerate this. Either we have permanent war, either we have a permanent end to war as promised under the MOU, or there is going to be a larger scale regional war with unpredictable consequences.
Ali Akbar Durrani and Joey Hood, thank you for joining us on Al Jazeera to discuss the situation in the Middle East.
Okay. That was some more Al Jazeera stuff. Let's take a look at how Sky News has been reporting on this.
A night of horror for many.
Now, this is some interesting stuff from Sky News as well. Sky News is not saying Iran randomly attacks its neighbors. Sky News is actually saying here, Iran targets American military sites in Bahrain and Kuwait after wave of US strikes. There is a seeming shift in the establishment with how people are talking about this war. And it is very interesting and slightly exciting for the prospect of worldwide peace, hopefully, after all of this shit. After the fucking empire crumbles into bits.
The US has struck more than 80 sites across Iran, describing it as punishment for attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, they got that wrong. They got that wrong, right? The US didn't attack 80 sites. Iran attacked 80 sites. What do you mean?
Iran is vowing a crushing response. Sirens already going off in both Kuwait and Bahrain as American military sites are targeted. While over in Ukraine, people in Kiev have been enduring another night of Russian missile strikes there. It's the latest in a series of attacks on the Ukrainian capital that's killed dozens. Our US correspondent Mark Stone begins.
What's that got to do with Russia? With Iran? What do you mean?
Look, I think it's no coincidence at all that on two fronts, Iran and Ukraine, there has been some intense military activity just as...
Insane! What do you mean you don't think it's a coincidence? It is quite literally a coincidence! What do you mean, you fucking freak? Oh no. What happened is, Iran called up Russia and said, yeah man, we're gonna hit this fucking tanker in the Strait of fucking Hormuz right now, so you better get ready to hit Kiev. Insane shit to be saying, bro. Absolutely insane.
So leaders gather for their annual summit in Ankara. In Ukraine first, clearly...
They're just going fucking fully NATO. Like, they're just like, yeah, NATO has to endure, we have to resist. Resist the axis of evil.
Very difficult night for the people of Kyiv as Russian...
Yeah, this is why we pay attention to history. Maybe we could learn and not repeat mistakes. 7 crusades, we won only one of them, technically. Give it up, white guys. Leave it to their own shit. Exactly. Google search is coming up with US news sites all saying the US hit 80 sites in Iran. Yeah, but it's just not... It's not the reporting that we've seen from other outlets, right? Russia is stopping diesel exports. Yeah, that's why they're getting mad about Russia. Hey, Nappers, what's up? And hello, PvP. I don't think, like, every other bit of reporting said that the US hit 3 places. They might have hit those 3 places 80 times. That could be correct. But from what we know, they hit Keshem Island, Bandar Abbas, and and Sirik, right? And these cunts are like, yeah, 80 different places. Shut up, bro.
Down on Ukraine's capital. Very intentional.
Coordinating it with Russia. Oh my god, bro. If they were...
Message to NATO.
If they were coordinating this with Russia... Here's the thing, right? 2 enemies of the empire that are being attacked at the same time. And then, oh no, 2 attacks from those enemies just so happen to happen at the same time. And then immediately, these fucking dogs, these scum, these wretched piece of shit propagandists are like, oh my god, it's no coincidence. They're coordinating. And you know what? They are truly upset by that. They are truly upset by the idea of that, because they know actually that if Iran and Russia did coordinate attacks, there would be some serious fucking consequences, actually. I think that's why they're talking about that shit in this way.
That he's very much still in this fight. And it comes as the consensus among Western nations seems to be right now that Ukraine has the upper hand. Trump told me a couple of weeks ago that he believes that Zelensky is a winner.
That's how you know the truth, chap. He's winning in Ukraine. They've taken everything out. They're winning. It's a bloody war, but it's happening.
The suggestion is that Putin is under an awful lot of pressure domestically, politically, economically, socially as well, with so many Russian soldiers being killed. The Russian economy too, really, really struggling. And so for that reason, the sense is that Ukraine has the upper hand. And so, of course, Putin chooses a moment to hit at the very heart of Ukraine. Now, in Iran, an altogether different challenge. I think intentional messaging
They're like, we're definitely beating Putin. We're definitely beating Putin. It's definitely happening. Because, you know, we're in England and that's really close to Russia. So don't worry about that. We're definitely winning. And then fucking, as soon as it comes to Iran, it's like, oh, the US is fucked, bro.
Sides here. The Iranians reminding everyone that they can and they will, if they want to, control the Strait of Hormuz. 3 small attacks on commercial ships in the past.
Hey, Orally Astra, Ukraine having the upper hand is so funny. Yeah, it's just mad.
Couple of
absolutely
days. That
mad.
Prompted the overnight.
Famously, Trump always tells the truth. Honest Don, they call him Honest Don. They call me Honest Don. More and more people are saying this.
By the Americans that a US official told me was, quote, punishment not proportional.
A US official,
Trump is
yeah?
trying to nip this one in the bud, to send a message to Iran that this must end.
Yeah, that's what that is.
He needs it to end.
Not worked before, has
By
it?
the way, is part of the discussion at NATO. The leaders of UAE, Bahrain, Qatar and Kuwait have all been invited. And so both Iran and the US are trying with this back and forth to exert their own dominance.
Let's bring in our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons, who's in Jerusalem for us. And Adam, just bring us up to speed on what's happening in Kuwait and Bahrain. What's the Iranian response to all of this?
Well, Iran has said that it has launched around 85 attacks, missile attacks on Bahrain and Kuwait. We know that air defense sirens have been sounding there. We don't know the extent, the actual number.
Hey QTT, how you doing? Yeah, they should have sent that message in February if it's that easy, yeah.
A discrepancy, frankly, between the number of missiles Iran says it has sent and the number that are actually reported as having been.
Crescent, you know you can't sing that nursery rhyme anymore, right? That's a cancelable offence, you know that, right?
Been intercepted, but quite clearly, this is a big step up in what had been.
Why not? Think about it, bro. Just think about it for a minute. Think about the lyrics of that nursery rhyme. Think about what it could possibly mean. I'm not having a go at you. You clearly don't know. It's clearly, you know. Yeah, look up the lyrics. You look up the lyrics.
Until these attacks, a worryingly calm period.
Is there a racist backstory? How do people not know this? How do people not know this? You know, some real crackers in the chat. Do you all miss Woke One? I don't get it. I know the lyrics by heart. Yeah, well, okay, sing them out loud now. No one cares. You're not gonna get. No one's gonna hear you do it. Sing them out loud now to yourself, and just think about. Yeah, it's to make it easier for you. It's about cotton picking slaves. That's what it's about. Yeah.
Conversations with people here who have said. It's calm and that troubles us. So in a sense, it feels like the calm weather has broken and a storm is now pouring down. The question, obviously, is to what extent is this a blip, a retaliatory exercise by the United States, followed by an inevitable response by Iran, or is this going to be another escalation? I think we're seeing a fairly familiar pattern playing out here, which is that Iran tries to take control.
Yeah, the rest of those lyrics are hella racist. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Once you read it, it's like, oh, right, okay. Fucking hell. Yeah. People don't sing it anymore because of woke, which is good. Kharkova was just mandated evacuation and Kostyantynivka was captured in the past week. The defensive line is collapsing, whether by design or not. Russian forces have been slowly taking objectives. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like there's no actual analysis of what's happening in the war being made by any of these fucking talking heads. They're all just like, Putin is definitely losing. In the meantime, the UK is doing fucking military drills on the border of Russia in like Finland or some shit.
of Strait of Hormuz, that the ships that were attacked were using the southern half of the strait. In other words, they were sticking close to Oman. Iran has said that that is not acceptable for reasons that have never been explained. Attacked these ships. The United States then attacked around 80 targets within Iran, and Iran is now responding, attacking not Israel, its normal foe, but Bahrain and Kuwait. Why? Well, two reasons. One, it's attacking American sites. But the other reason is that Iran has seen two connected things. One is the power of closing the Strait of Hormuz for the world. And the second is the extent to which...
Konstantinivka was the last of the Donbass. Russians are going to dig in there and the southern front is going to flare up again? Wow, that's crazy.
...are themselves very dependent on shipping their oil and through the Strait of Hormuz, and particularly liquid natural gas, which is very hard to send in a pipeline, especially if you haven't built one. So they're trying to paralyze the economy of the Gulf. They're trying to once again tighten the effect on the world economy. And remember that the United States has also reimposed sanctions on the sale of Iranian oil. Now, Iran...
It comes from your side of the pond. It's about the wool tax. Yeah. But slavery also came from our side of the pond, you know? And so did America. So, you know. Who's really the bad guy? You see what I did just there, chat? I did a abstract bit about how the UK likes to deny its part in the international slave trade on a constant basis and just point the finger at America, who did keep doing slavery a lot longer after everybody else, to be fair. But Britain loves to be like, nah, bro, we just started it. But we didn't even really start it that much. Britain banned slavery because it was too racist for slavery. That's so true. They both blame the French. No, the British don't even do that. The British just go, it was America. Imagine abolishing chattel slavery after the British Empire. Yeah, it's crazy. Are we the baddies? We're definitely the baddies. Chat, you should give me money for more off-the-cuff satire like that. That's what you pay for. Please consider tipping the stream. I've been live for 2 hours. This is my full-time job. I only get a little bit topped up by Universal Credit. Please consider donating £5 if we just get another, I don't know. Melpert's not here. I can't advertise Melpert as an incentive to donate. You just have to donate because you want to see me not suffer. That's all that is. Help me pay my rent, help me pay my bills, help me get the groceries, all that kind of business. And that would be great for me. And you would all enjoy that. Please use the tip link in the chat now. And who knows, Melpo might come back in. I don't know. It could happen. Stranger things have happened. I won't give up an opportunity to blame the French. That's so true. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. Classic. It's a classic bit. Only with you, Melpo, can get a cooling bed. Yes. That's it. Just waiting for those donos to come in, chat, and then we can crack on. I know someone's gonna do it. I don't want to see any of the heavy lifters donating. Not today. Give somebody else an opportunity. A new chatter an opportunity. If you've never donated before, today's the day. Today is the day. It's your day to make this happen. To make me happy. and my landlord. Donate to me so that you can use me as a middleman. How does the cooling bed work? It's just made from like a, I don't know, like a material that's naturally cooler than the rest of the environment around it. I think it also works in winter as well to make it a bit hot. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. All I know is that I got it for like 25 quid. It's called something like Angel Pet, the website. Angel Pet Supplies. And they're in, I think they're in the UK, so I don't know if you can get it. Pet accessories. You gotta ring them to get it. You gotta get in there. You gotta go in there. No, this is the wrong website. Angel Pet Cooling Bed. I think you're just gonna have to get it off Amazon. Don't get it off Amazon like me. Don't observe the boycott. I'm sure you can get a better one. I don't know. Chat, please consider donating. We're currently in this lull in the stream and information because I'm just waiting for donos to come in. That's what's going on. I'm using my Jedi mind tricks to make everybody donate by refusing to continue. By being as stubborn as a mule, as they say. All you got for the next 10 minutes is me just eating, unless you donate. One £5 dono, that's all it takes. Yeah, that's me. That's that emote in the chat, what Mushy did. Hey, Beanie Gaby. Hey, Neil. Someone put 50p in the streamer meter. Yeah, exactly. That's how it works. Melpert is around. This is what you could win. There he is. Chat, this could be us. We would just need 3 people donating £5 each. And we could get that Melpo cam on. 3 times 5. A little bit over halfway. But that's the best maths that my brain can do at the moment. Or, to be honest, at this point in the stream, I'd be happy with that much. Yeah? I'd be happy with that much. because there's going to be 5 call to actions in the stream, 1 every hour. Yeah. Technically, in order to hit that, to hit the goal, needs to be getting £11 every hour. And we're at 15 at the minute. So we get another £6. I'll be happy with the progress of the day. I muted the stream for a minute and the song Sky is Ringing Over to Rise playing in the background, and I'm pretending that Mule is singing Yugo Commie songs. You see, you could do that, or, you know, you could be like Chilavina and just pretend that this bit isn't happening, or you could donate, and then this bit stops. So you don't have to pretend it's not happening because you made it not happen. That's how that works. Give him money, chat. No, it's okay. It's alright. I'm aware that this strategy isn't working. We'll go back. Alright. Iran targets American military sites. We're going to continue with this.
Says all of this is a breach of the deal, the memorandum of understanding that it signed with the US, a document that has been discussed, debated, clearly breached by both sides, but which is still the basis of a, inverted commas, peace deal between the US and Iran. I think it's always worth reminding ourselves that the Strait of Hormuz was flowing freely up until the point when the United States and Israel attacked Iran.
It's good that these kinds of things are being said on the Sky News. And this is proof of how effective Iran's strategy has been, right? Because Iran knew that everybody, yeah, absolutely everybody would be pissed off about the Strait of Hormuz being shut. And when people analyzed it, they would see that Iran threatened multiple times to close off the Strait of Hormuz, and they did, despite everything that America said about the Strait of Hormuz. Insane stuff. And it just goes to show how good the strategy is.
That first day of attacks, of course, killing the Ayatollah, and it is his funeral that continues the long celebrations of his life and the funeral procession that have been.
That's true. That's so true.
Public life in Iran for the best part of a week now. And the US had said it wouldn't attack Iran during that time. Well, that agreement has come to an end. So much of the memorandum of understanding is under strain. And of course, this happening during the NATO meeting as well. So the next question, the outstanding question here is, what happens next? Will the US respond again? Will Gulf nations want a further attack, or will everyone try to de-escalate? And
well, we know that that's not happening.
President Trump has threatened more attacks against Iran, but says he thinks the war won't start again. He made the comment.
What? You have to be joking me. We're starting the war again, but I don't think it'll happen again. Okay, brother. Whatever you say.
comments on the last day of the NATO summit in Ankara. Trump called Iranian officials, quote-unquote, dishonorable, and has even hinted at the possibility of seizing Iran's Karg Island. But he has left the door open for diplomacy, saying he'll let his negotiators continue their talks with Tehran.
Mr. President,
his negotiators are not talking with Tehran.
It seems that the war with Iran may start again. What do you expect from your European allies?
I don't think it's going to start again. I think it's going to go very
Bro, it has. What are you talking about?
quickly. They hit a couple of ships, and so we hit them much harder. When they hit, we hit 10 times harder. You know, we hit much harder than they do. We have a lot better.
Right, but they hit back. They hit, you hit back, and now they've hit back. So now what, dog? Yes? No? Hey, Zipper, how you doing?
Equipment than they do. We may even, somebody asked before, do you think you'll hit them tonight? I said, we might. Yeah, we might. But when they hit, we hit. You know, it's what they're, we use their language.
Right, but then they hit.
Language. No, I don't think so. I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly.
Hexeth is looking pressed. Hexeth is not looking good. This is a great picture. Oh my god, there's a thumbnail for the VOD. Looking real normal. Looking real fucking normal. It's not fair. They're not supposed to hit back. Yeah, you're back on the source.
Anything that happens is going to be over very quickly.
Indeed, let's have a look and see some of what President Trump had to say at this year's NATO summit. Donald Trump citing what he called tremendous unity of the meeting in Ankara, but he also went on to say that the ceasefire deal with Iran is over and dealing with Tehran is a waste of time. The American president says he'll likely strike Iran again Wednesday night after attacks the previous day. He added he may reimpose a naval blockade on Iran while threatening to take over Karg Island. And that's, he's not actually sure the deal with Tehran will actually stick. Now, Rosalind Jordan is live for us from the White House. Rosalind, what more do we know about these strikes we saw on Iran overnight and the plan to strike Iran potentially tonight as well?
Well, the U.S. President Donald Trump told reporters and onlookers earlier on Wednesday that the U.S. was probably going to strike Iranian targets again on Wednesday evening or on the overnight, July 8th. That would come a day after the U.S. military did take out what it said were about 80 Iranian military targets, including command and control centers, radar, satellite radar.
Speaking of notes, chat, I am currently engaging in the best that Mother Nature has to offer in terms of flavor. Yeah? Black grapes, pistachio nut. Can't have this. Can't have this. What are you doing? What do you want? Why are you here? What do you want? He thinks it's Dreamies. He thinks the packet is his. You can't have these, you'll die. That's not how it works. You can't do this, bud. No, it's bad. No, it's bad for you. No, it's nuts. No, they're grapes. You will die if you have those. You can't have that. No, you can't. He's just rubbing his face on everything. He's a sovereign citizen. You see, you can't have these. It's bad. It's probably poisonous for you. You can't have it. See? See, it's not nice. Sovereign citizen, yeah. Oh, pistachios are luckily non-toxic to cats, as long as they're also free of seasonings. Ah, I'm with you. You see, under maritime admiralty law, the top 2 pistachio producers are the US and Iran. Pistachios support the war either way. That's correct. Correct. Where are these from?
Material depots, other military targets as a response to what they said was Iran's illegal interference with the travel of 3 commercial
Does it say where they're from?
Through the Strait of Hormuz.
You can't have them.
The U.S. military has said that while the blockade that the U.S. had been imposing is not
you can't have them.
that it does reserve the right to defend the right of commercial shippers to transit the Strait of Hormuz without any outside interference. Iran, of course, has been trying to say
he does want chat to donate. That's why he was here. He was saying, chat, why are you neglecting me?
Or to allow passage, but to charge tolls as well, something which the U.S. objects to. Now, whether or not the U.S. military is going to carry out a second night of strikes.
If it doesn't say where they're from, they're probably from Iran. That's true. That's true.
But the last time that the U.S. president telegraphed this sort of action would happen, it did happen a couple of months ago.
Rosalind, Congress did pass the War Powers Resolution, which limits Trump, in theory, I use that advisedly, from carrying out new attacks against Iran without congressional approval. Does that in reality prevent Trump actually from re-engaging in warfare with Tehran?
It's a resolution. It's not a law. So it doesn't have any practical impact. But what this joint congressional resolution passed by both the House of Representatives and the Senate does is send a message not just to the American public, but to the global community that at least the U.S. Congress does not think that renewed military operations against
they can grow in continental climate. You could grow pistachios in your yard almost anywhere. Oh my God. Can I grow pistachios on my fucking windowsill? How much water do they... Are they like most nuts and they need loads of water?
Well, there were some who found themselves leading the charge for earlier resolutions of disapproval earlier in the year, and they found themselves targeted by the president's political supporters and have essentially lost their efforts to win re-election to seats, particularly in the House of Representatives. Whether or not that
it's a tree. Oh, right.
Retribution could happen to them in the fall is really anyone's guess, especially given that a solid majority of Americans are opposed to the U.S. war against Iran.
Rosalind, thank you so much. Rosalind Jordan there joining us from the way.
If you've got 7 to 10 years, is that how long it takes to grow? I know you're a patient bloke. I am, yeah.
Iran certainly dominating this summit, but as you know, we've been hearing from Donald Trump.
That's what it's about.
Messaging there, on the one hand, saying that he
planting trees that you can only have fruit from in 10 years later, or that your children can have something planting trees that only your kids will sit under. You'll never sit under.
And trust the Iranians. On the other hand, saying that he's not going to go to war, but also intimating that he'll be going on further with military strikes. I mean, what gives here?
Well, it is the kind of mixed signals that you've been hearing from the Trump
AI says this, disregarded immediately.
Administration, where, and especially on the Iran front, there has been one step forward, 2 steps back, because there is a ceasefire, because there is a memorandum of understanding, because they've both agreed in writing that they will respect territorial integrity.
AI says this. Well, guess what? My ass says this.
And all of that seems to be.
What do you think about that?
As none of it is implemented on the ground. The Iranians continue to target ships through the Strait of Hormuz. The Americans continue to target Iranian military installations in the south, and the American president continues to ratchet up the rhetoric while in the same breath telling reporters that his envoys are going to go back and continue.
It did quote a YouTube video, so I'm going to watch that later. Yeah, that's probably more valid.
With Iran. And you've been hearing a lot about Iran here in Ankara, rather than the European issues that were supposed to...
Each mature pistachio tree averages 50 kilograms of seeds every 2 years. That's insane. That's so much pistachios.
We highlighted here, including the Ukrainian war, including issues about Greenland, and it appears that...
I mean, they are just seeds, so it's like jizz. It's like tree jizz. So, like, of course they make loads of them. It makes sense, right? And they want people to eat it so that you, like, I don't know, fucking... spread the seed. Pollen is tree come too, that's true. The weight is probably included the cells, but if you think about it, this bag is 200 grams, right? So, like, 1 kilogram would be 5 of these bags. And then, like, I don't know, times that by 50. What is that? 2,500 of these bags? That's crazy. And then, like, half of that, like 1,250 of these bags for 1 year is fucking more than enough. Does that make it us tree gay for eating them? Trees don't have gender, so no. But also, yeah. Makes you tree bisexual. I remember when there were California wildfires, the pistachio production used an absolute shit ton of water. US pistachio production started in a major way after the Iranian Revolution, yes. Tree curious. Tree flexible.
Where the US president still believes that it should be under US control. And you've also heard on various issues regarding Ukraine, including the American agreement in principle to allow for Patriot missiles to be manufactured there. And obviously on the Iran front...
Chat, a straight man matched with me on field the other day. It said straight in his bio. And he was like... I think he's in, like, quick succession. He said, "Hiya, mate. How's it going? What you up to?" And then, like, I was about to respond. And then he said, "What are you looking to explore on here?" And I just said, like, very plainly, I think I should be asking you that question, no? And he immediately unmatched me. Insane.
That he's ready to go to war, but he's losing patience with the Iranians.
Osama, again, let's get back to the Iranian issue, and because it has dominated the summit, and even Pakistan has been getting involved here. So the Pakistani Foreign Affairs spokesman saying that...
No, miss these nuts. That's not odd at all. That is a surprisingly frequent occurrence. And I think that that is something that happens. Gay men in the chat can tell me if this is not just like a bi-man thing. But I think that this is probably more of an issue for bisexual men. When men are like, I just want to try it out. You know, I've had this happen a number of times. People are like, yeah, I've always just wanted to try like fucking a man. And it's like, okay, well, you know that I'm a top. And they're like, what does that mean? And it's like, you're not fucking me in the ass. I fuck people in the ass. And then they'll match you immediately. Or the other one of just like, oh, I just want to like, I don't know, like use your body as like a bit of an experiment. And that, you know what? That always turns me on. That always makes me feel really hot when people say that about me. It's great. Great stuff.
But people should try and really adhere to that Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding.
I checked the video. It's some fake-ass Greek pistachio tree you can't eat. The real pistachio has a huge taproot, so it doesn't require watering ever. You can't realistically grow it indoors, so maybe plant one in your local park like an eco-terrorist. What do you call it? That's proof that AI is bad. There you go. Next time, just use brain. Or book. As a trans woman, a bi-curious cis woman liking me on an app is actively violent. 100%, yeah. Bi-curious.
In the last few minutes, we've heard this statement from.
And I'm not being cruel here, right? You can be bi-curious, that's fine, but you have to understand. There's a dance that you have to do. You have to sit down and get the big book of like what it means to be gay, right? What it means to be a gay, what some things mean, some lingo that you don't understand, right? That's what you do first. Maybe start with putting something up your ass. I think that's a great start for everybody. Prostate orgasm. Give it a go. You won't regret it.
Office, and we'll just read it together, that not just concern that Pakistan has expressed, but essentially a renewed conflict is in no one's interest, according to this statement, and continued engagement, dialogue and diplomacy can achieve shared goal of peace in the region, and Pakistan urged all sides to uphold their respective commitments under the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding, which remains an enduring foundation for understanding, mutual respect and shared prosperity. So something that we've heard time and again, because the mediators especially are in a very difficult situation, especially if you look at the role that Qatar has been playing, trying to keep the Memorandum of Understanding alive, trying to give them the platform to have those talks, and now facing another attack on its ship in the last...
No, but PBP, what Orly Astra is saying is that it is unlikely that plants have a concept of gender.
24 to 48 hours, and then the Iranians reiterating that...
At least in the same way that we do.
Those remarks which are being seen as incendiary. Ali Velayati making those statements that it is essentially pushing the region towards fire. So it is a precarious situation. It is a tenuous peace which is hanging on tenterhooks where a lot of equations can go south. But
yes.
It appears that it is holding, and the...
No, I understood that early, Astra.
...that we've been seeing are going to continue for the foreseeable future.
Osama, thank you so much. Osama bin Javed there live for us in the Turkish capital, Ankara. The advisor to Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, has released a statement following the US attacks. It says, "We previously warned the region is not a playground for the political gambles of small countries, and we have repeatedly demonstrated that such adventures will be met with an immediate response." Let's get over to Mohammed Abdul Wahid.
The political gambles of small countries is so fucking funny, dude. That is sassy as hell, but actually in a good way, not in like an embarrassing Trump way.
Tehran. Mohammed, what else are the Iranians saying?
Rashad, it seems that so far Iran has not signaled any change in policy. It's the same. We've heard Iranian politicians in several occasions reiterating that, especially after Donald Trump's intimidating rhetorics and speeches, Iranians respond by saying that they cannot give in to coercive diplomacy. In fact, that usually has a backlash here in Iran, because Iranian officials say that given the fact that there is already a deficiency of trust between the two sides, and these threats to strike...
You think they'll try invasion this time, or just more strikes?
Iranian facilities would
I think invasion is on the cards, right? Regardless. And what I think is, there is a possibility that these strikes may accelerate the invasion. Possibly. Don't know. I'm not doing the Obama hand. I just have a pistachio. Yeah? I'm just holding a pistachio at you. That's all that's happening. I think they've been preparing for this invasion for a long time. And I think that they're probably ready to do it. Maybe they were looking for the best excuse to do it. And now that he's seen that the oil markets are not responding well to what he's been saying at the NATO summit, you know, it could happen. You know, it could happen. So I think that my invasion meter is probably ticking about 60% likely in the direction of invasion happening sooner rather than later. I think that may increase over the next few days. I think they're going to continue to do strikes over the next couple of days. If they are going to invade now, they're going to save it to the weekend. That's for sure. They always do that, don't they? So that Trump can like buy his shorts and he can tell his kids to like do polymarket bets and all that kind of fucking nonsense, right?
Definitely, according to Iranian officials, would increase the trust deficiency and also...
Yeah, no, that's a whole thing, right, Scathach? That's something that we've seen like time and time again since this war started. Which is like the total fucking like destruction of the Western narrative about Iran. And it's like, they don't even let anyone do any kind of reporting from Iran. And it's like, no, there's loads of people allowed to go to Tehran. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean, dude?
Put pressure on the already overstretched efforts to build trust between the two.
Carnelian cherry. That sounds pretty
today
good.
We've heard from Iranian Foreign Ministry accusing the United States of violating the Memorandum of Understanding.
Oh, we could check the pizza tracker.
Number 1.
We could check the pizza tracker. District Pizza Palace, 314% spike at 3 p.m. today. Wait, hang on. That is... Oh my god, fuck off. They got Polymarket all over this. Dokon 3, Roundhouse, increase in force readiness. We're at Dokon 3, people. District Pizza Palace sounds like the kind of... place where this would happen, right? We're not a serious species. Yeah, but that's what makes us magical, right? That is what makes us magical. There's a lot more on this website. Something might happen. Nothing ever happens index. Nothing ever happens 33%. Something might happen. They moved some chains in-house so the pizza tracker would be less effective as a real-time measure. Yeah, but this one got like 314% spike is crazy. Is absolutely crazy. Earlier today. I remember someone talking about working at the subway in the Pentagon. Oh, yeah. But this is pizza. What about the bars? Gay bar report. Oh, they won't be out there yet. Strip joint? Wait, what? They have strip joint analysis? Gentleman's Dispatch tracks after-hours crowd swings at strip clubs near major military hubs. The deployment signal is simple. Abrupt spending surges or sudden drop-offs can indicate units are about to rotate out. Oh my god. It's crazy that there's a place called the Little Gay Pub near the Pentagon.
Pertaining to the ceasefire, the foreign ministry says that the attacks, the latest spate of attacks by U.S. forces in southern Iran, along with the Israeli attacks in Lebanon, they constitute a violation of the Memorandum of Understanding.
You don't think they're gay drone pilots? Gay erasure. I never said that.
Management of the Strait of Hormuz, which is a sovereign right to Iran. And
they specifically hire, they specifically do DEI hires.
Waiver.
So that the imperial periphery countries hate us more.
What more do we know about these
what happens.
pre-dawn strikes that left at least 8 Iranian soldiers dead?
Well, those attacks happened in southern Iran. As we understand, the airstrikes, the U.S. airstrikes targeted military facilities and radar systems in Khuzestan province. And according to the Iranian Khatam al-Anbiya Center, which is the central command, 8 people, military individuals, were killed in those attacks. And in fact, it said that it will respond with a crushing response. In fact, the Khatam al-Anbiya, or Central Command, accuses the United States not only of violating the...
Here's what we know so far, chat, right? Iran has responded from this latest round of US aggression by hitting 85 targets. As far as I know, that is unprecedented in terms of the amount of targets, the quantity of targets so far. Yeah? So, when the United States responds, which it probably will, the response to that will be possibly bigger than that, which would be insane. So like 70 schools and 10 hospitals, yeah, surprisingly, Iran doesn't go for those kinds of targets. That's crazy, despite everything that we've been told. Huh. How did they do that with their entire military being everything destroyed? Yeah, that's crazy. Also, there's something that's missing from this chat, which you should really... Right on cue, explosions heard in Bandar Abbas. There you go. Yeah, you meant the American targets. No, but the Americans didn't hit 80 targets. The Americans hit Bandar Abbas, Siddiq, and Keshem Island. And they're probably hitting that again. Bonza Barry just posted this. Which looks to be... These all appear to be... Pegasus is a troop carrier, so 2 Pegasus. Strato tankers are the refueling tankers, so there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 tankers. And 2 Pegasus. They are probably gonna... Getting ready for more strikes. I mean, the troop carriers signifies something a bit different. What I was gonna say... Maybe we'll see another Jesus pilot situation. Okay, I know what you're referring to, and that's very funny. If they're already hitting... What's Jesus pilot? It's that pilot that they said that they rescued from Iran that isn't real and doesn't exist. You know when they said, like, he was very brave, he went down... When they clearly tried to do that, like, operation to steal the enriched uranium, and it went incredibly badly for them. With the flat pat helicopters. Oh my god, I forgot all about that. I forgot all about the wet sand. That's absolutely insane. Yes, that's such a good point, Krill. If they actually rescued a pilot, he would have been fucking... He would have been paraded around the 250 celebration, yeah. Yeah, it's because he was rescued on Easter weekend, correct, supposedly. He went down on Good Friday and was rescued and risen on Easter Sunday, yes. Which is how my drinking habits used to go. That's how my weekends used to go. Imagination Epoch, welcome to the stream. They should claim that Ivanka Trump has been kidnapped by Iran. They could just do anything, right? They could just do anything. Yeah, that's my canon as well, Astra. The Jesus pilot was just in a K-hole, actually. I mean, it was the passenger planes flown by insane pilots through a war zone, like the Indian plane flying over Ukraine or the Serbian one flying over Iran at the start of the war. Wait, what? Shot down, survived 3 days, nothing identifiable was made about him or her at any point. where they had to blow up their own planes to avoid capture by Iranians or something. Great story. Yeah, no, quality stuff. I actually want to go back and listen to that again. Because it was completely insane, wasn't it? Here's the tweet from CENTCOM. They're doing a bit of war propaganda here. What are they saying? More than 20 US Navy warships are patrolling waters across the Middle East as CENTCOM forces continue to promote regional security and stability. Yada, yada, yada. A lot of planes flying in formation. Are they fighters? That's a bomber surrounded by fighters, right? That's what that is, yeah. Oh no! Wait, no, it's not! It's the ridiculous fucking... Oh my god, chat! It's the ridiculous radar ship! It's the one with the big table on it! Is that what it's called? The AWAC? I don't know. It's the one that looks like something that's totally made up. And it's just like not a real thing. It's like something that would be in like Empire Earth when you like transition the epochs from, you know, the modern era to like future. And like in the in-between stage, they just had to get creative and make up like, oh, I suppose they'll have a new plane that has like a big thing on it or whatever. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like. It's not an A-10, that's the funky looking fighter. Right, the A-Wank, very good. Very, very good. God, it looks so silly in the air. Google Street camera recorder type plane, yeah, literally. Okay, well. There you go. What's this? Let's transition into the NATO stuff, chat. We'll come back to that. We had the NATO summit this weekend. Sorry, we had the NATO summit this week. And let's have a look at some of the worst empire propaganda that you're ever going to see in your entire life, shall we? While we wait for more news on Iran.
Welcome to Ankara, the heart of Turkey.
Where history, culture, diplomacy, and a strong defense industry meet.
Strong defense industry.
Crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa, regulating navigation through the Turkish Straits, from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea. Turkey occupies a unique position in global security, trade, and connectivity.
Ankara, once home to many ancient Anatolian civilizations, now hosts impressive museums, prestigious universities, as well as the mausoleum of Atatürk, the founder of the Republic of Turkey. Atatürk chose Ankara as the...
Was that JFK?
The founder of the Republic.
Was that JFK with him?
Of Turkey.
No, it's not.
Atatürk chose Ankara as the capital for its central and strategic location.
Feeling hungry? As you explore the city, you should try
Oh, that looks so peng.
Ankara simidi, a delicious thin...
I wish an evil imperial fucking soldier wasn't presenting all of this to me. It just feels so fucked up.
crispy bread, perfect to eat on the go.
But Ankara is much more than iconic street food and remarkable history. The city is home to Turkey's largest defense industry companies and serves as a major hub for military engineering and advanced technology.
Cool, murder machines.
Turkey joined NATO in 1952 and has played an active role in the alliance ever since.
Oh, so it's evil.
Has contributed significantly to NATO's collective defense, including with the second largest army in the alliance. And this year's NATO summit.
Did you hear that, chat? Turkey has contributed significantly to NATO. And that's why you should take us very, very seriously. But what's this? Israel is trying to convince Trump and Congress to include Turkey within the scope of the QME, despite them being a NATO country. If successful, Turkey would receive a downgraded version of the F-35 with limited capabilities. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Israel is like, no, wait, don't you understand? We want to invade Turkey next. You can't sell them better weapons. Incredibly funny stuff. Like fucking Israel could do anything against Turkey anyway.
Summit will take place right here at the presidential compound in Ankara.
Ankara'ya hoş geldiniz. Welcome to Ankara.
Subscribe to the NATO YouTube channel, chat. You should subscribe, like, comment, and subscribe. Anyway, here's the main first meeting. Here's the main first meeting. That everyone only really is bothered about. This is Trump and Mark Rutte. And of course, Trump is going to sit there and go, I'm going to do everything. We're going to destroy Iran. We've already destroyed Iran. We already did it, and we're going to do it better. And it's done, and it's good. And we've been doing it. We got the hottest country. And Mark Rutte is going to be there the whole time going, yes, daddy.
The summit, but back then it was President Biden who was in the chair for the US, and things have changed dramatically for the NATO alliance and NATO leaders since. And for Keir Starmer here this week, here today, he comes armed.
Why are we listening to fucking Beth Rigby?
Beth, forgive us. We just want to listen to President Trump. And
yeah, shut the fuck up.
And Deb in a second.
So it's been a fantastic meeting. So I'll be having a news conference after we're finished it at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. And I assume most of you will attend. But a lot of things have been determined and some things haven't, frankly. We attacked very powerfully last night. The very...
Look at Rutte nodding his head. You fucking utter piece of shit.
They're sick. There's something wrong with them. We said, go and do your funeral stuff, and instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships yesterday.
That is like a bit of an admission, right? That's a bit of an admission as to what fucking happened. They were like, we were waiting for him to have their funeral of the guy that we killed, and they dared to enforce their rules around the Strait of Hormuz while that was happening, and we were trying to sneak oil out. The bastards. The bastards.
Last night, very hard. I would say 20-1, 20 times tougher. And I told them every time you hit, we hit. And of course, they're dirty players, so they're dirty players. Go after everyone, probably including me. I've been #1 on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum, you want to know the truth. They're scum.
I've been #1 on their list for years. Is so funny.
And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the
evil people
of Iran. And we're going to denuke it. We're not going to let them because they're crazy and they can't have a nuclear weapon.
He's stumbling all over his words. He is the maddest that he's ever been. He's the maddest that he's ever been. He's tired. He's pissed off. He has to hang out at NATO. He's pissed off at NATO because they won't help him. He's like got all of these emotions going crazy through his head, and he's proper mad. But he also knows that he's losing. He's got that stance again, chat. You know the stance I was talking about? Like the shoulders like this, the head forward like this, the shoulders like this, the hands in between the legs. He's very low energy, you know.
And they go around killing people. They've killed thousands and thousands of our soldiers. They've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. They had the roadside bomb, Soleimani. I took care of him.
Yeah, he's covering his penal.
And that was a big thing because I think they probably would
Donald Slump. The Trump slump.
He was a bad guy, but he was...
yeah, he looks like a kid that's been told off, yeah.
But a bad guy. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. The roadside bomb is a bomb that goes on when you're driving your little vehicle around, and it goes on and you have no legs, no arms, and no face. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. The roadside bomb is a bomb that goes on when you're driving your little vehicle around, and it goes on and you have no legs, no arms, and no face. And they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Even the SS Cole was theirs, you know, if you remember that disaster. So I don't like them at all. And frankly, I think we waste a lot of time with them. I think we should just do our business. Can you imagine? They start shooting bombs, actually missiles at.
Yeah, what's he saying? The USS Cole hit a roadside bomb? How? Did it run aground? What do you mean?
Yesterday, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, a couple of others, and they don't. I don't think they know what the hell they're doing. But they're bad people, very bad people. I think they're incompetent, by the way, because if they were competent, they would have made a deal a long time ago. Like, how about 47 years ago? So they've been in trouble for 47 years, and they're...
Hey, Magic Mia, how you doing? I personally went through lots of emotions in the last few minutes when I discovered an unexpected letter from my employer in the mail. It was just some random nonsense thanking me for donating blood, which everybody should do if they're able, by the way. Thank you very much for that. Public service announcement, Magic Mia. Welcome in. Also, hi, Detaway. The Strait of Hormuz is a highway and Iran put roadside bombs on it. That's so true. Blessed up kid, how you doing? Yo, we winning, dog. Yeah, obviously. Doomed oxymoron. Wow, Soleimani is really old. The earliest record of roadside improvised explosive devices date back to 16th century Europe. That's true. He was a 500-year-old lich. How do you pronounce that? L-I-C-H, whatever.
We took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me.
He's stumbling all over his words. This is great. This is so good.
We took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw things this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists.
I'm on every single one of their lists. What do you mean? How many lists do you need to have you on it?
And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long. That's the way it goes. But we have great people. But these are evil, sick people, and we have to rid their cancer. Their cancer. And you know what you do? You got to cut out cancer early.
He's the maddest he's ever been. He's the maddest he's ever been. I genuinely think that he thought he could use the memorandum of understanding to sneak more oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. He's realized he can't do that. That's the end of that.
Man,
and now he's gonna have to like get dragged into this really long invasion war that's gonna be very bad, and he knows it's gonna be very bad. And it's all because he can't back down. That's all it is. It's all because of his ego. You know? You think he just now saw some of the Lego stuff and realized they've been clowning him for months? I think he's seen those already. I think he was talking about those at like a press conference once, no? He was like, have you seen this? They do Lego videos of me. It's very bad.
I feel.
Oh, I might have made that up.
Thank Mark. He's been a great Secretary General of NATO. I'm not happy with NATO because of what they did with Greenland. And I'm not happy with NATO because of the fact that they didn't want to help us with the #1 state sponsor of terror. That's Iran.
This'll work. This is great diplomacy, by the way. People love it when the belligerent pedophile president of the dying empire acts like this. They love it. Sooner rather than later, Spain is not going to be the only country to have kicked out all the US bases from its country. I guarantee it. There may even be some kind of a domino effect that happens, and maybe it'll happen after this. I don't know. It might be something to do with Turkey, right? Sitting at a NATO event, trash talking them when my man is sat right next to you. Yeah, but this is kind of like the way that you have to imagine this is that this is like a cartoon, right? You know, like in a cartoon when there's like a big evil villain, the boss barbarian guy, and he's like angry and he's mad and he's going like, I'll destroy any of them. If any of my minions ever rebel against me, I'll kill them. And Mark Rutte is just like this little like... He's like a little pathetic worm guy, just sat there going like, ooh, ooh, in the corner. Do you know what I mean? And he's going, yes, master.
They were unwilling to help us. Now, in all fairness, I didn't speak to Mark about it. I think if I did, it might have been different, but we didn't need help.
Degradation king, yeah.
But I was really testing. I wanted to see whether or not
100%.
they'd be there. And the answer is they were. I spoke to Germany, I spoke to France, spoke to...
He's Trump's Igor. He's Trump's Dr. He's Dr. Frankenstein, Trump's Igor.
Okay. Spoke to Italy. I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to...
It's a wasted cause! The cause of Spain. Uh-huh. Okay. All right.
Do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it off. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate. They don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please, including visits.
Cut off all trade with Spain, please. He just made that decision now? He just said that now. What do you mean? He's the maddest he's ever been. He's genuinely the maddest that he's ever been in his entire life.
Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly. And this man's a good man, too. Great man.
Great man. He does everything I say.
Lucky they have him. But...
the fucking hand gesture.
Doesn't agree to anything. And you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figured that.
Oh my God, he's doing prey characteristics. He's got prey characteristics, prey characteristic based facial expressions. Did you see that thing that he just did where he just went like that? That's like a prey characteristic. That's something that like you do when you don't want to be devoured by the big, like, I don't know, predator that is like fucking around with you or whatever. You just go like that so that you're not making eye contact and you pretend that it's not there or whatever. I don't know. It's like a prey characteristic. I'm certain of it. Watch it, chat.
But Spain doesn't agree to anything. And you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there.
Look at that. Look at that.
So they probably
Insane.
figured they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. And we don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right?
Yes, sir.
Take it immediately. Don't even talk to them. They're hopeless.
Don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people.
They have everybody else going and paying and working. In Spain, in particular Spain, there are a couple of others, but in particular Spain, they're open about it. They're hostile about it. And let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade.
Oh no. We can't get Berg or corn or soybeans from America. My man went to China like fucking 3 months ago, bro. He's way ahead of you. What are you talking about? Do you think that like any other leader of a country with a brain would have sat there and gone, okay, we're going to make this very big decision where we're going to kick all US bases out of our land because we cannot abide by this insane president anymore. He's making insane decisions. It was already a bad decision to have their bases, their military bases in our country. How is he going to respond? He'll probably respond with tariffs. That's the kind of thing that Trump does. Okay, let's make a trade deal with China. They did it already. They already did that. From what I've just seen, the US has a trade surplus with Spain. Wait, what does that mean? A trade surplus? That means that they trade too much with Spain. Or they would, I don't know. They get a lot of money from Spain. I don't know. Anyone in the US go buy olive oil, bell peppers. You won't get any more now. They literally have a bright future with China, yeah. Spain says EU custom rules bar singling out individual member states. PM Sanchez says Spain is a reliable NATO ally and US trade ties are very strong. Well, yeah, maybe that's going to change now.
With you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want nobody.
Yeah, well, I've been saying this, bourgeois beef. Like, the smart thing for the EU to do right now would be to make diplomacy with Russia and say, okay, no more aggression. We're done. We're not doing NATO shit anymore against you. Help them rebuild, or like they could collaboratively rebuild Ukraine or shit like that. And, you know, work to stop Ukraine from being so aggressive to Russia and doing de-Russification, you know, sort of ethnic cleansing stuff and all this kind of business. And then, when that's happened, then go to China and be like, hi, listen, you win. That would be the smartest thing to do. That would genuinely be the smartest thing to do. Wait, so the 1920s started with a pandemic and a rise in nationalism in Europe. Germany is rearming. Europe is supporting an army in Ukraine against the Russians who are not going along with Western economic plans. Spain has a left-wing government that has that imperial powers are planning to overthrow. Where have I seen this before? Yes. The historic parallels are insane. It's not in the interest of German, French, and British imperialism, yes. But, you know, that is altogether NATO imperialism, and NATO is falling apart. So how long is that gonna... How long is that gonna be a thing for, right? Just wait for the US to collapse and renegotiate with whatever emerges from the ashes. I mean, I don't know, because I don't know how long that's going to take, right? And the EU would be stupid to wait that long. I don't want it to go on for a long time, to be clear, but I don't think it will. I don't think it's going to be something that happens overnight. Hello, McJane. How you doing? Welcome in.
With them. So, other than that, we're having the big meeting in a little while, and I'm gonna relate my problem.
Will the AI bubble be our Black Friday? Yeah, probably.
And the other big problem is the fact that when we wanted them, we didn't want them badly, but we did say, if you want to join us, and they all said no. But when they could have, they weren't there for us, and we've been there for them. We spent over $1 trillion over the last short period, $1 trillion, in order to protect these countries from Russia, and has nothing to do with us. We have an ocean, but it's been a long-term thing, and they haven't treated us right. And Mark understands that. He understands that. And we're going to work something out, I think, one way or the other. But we've been treated unfairly. We pay disproportionately. We had a time when we were paying 100%. We were paying 100% of NATO, and yet a lot of the countries weren't paying anything. But there was...
we have an ocean.
Calls made a few weeks ago. I spoke with the UK, and the Prime Minister said, well, we don't want to help you now, but we'll help you when the war's over. I said, that's not good. And likewise, I spoke to Germany. They didn't want to help. Spoke to France. They didn't want to help. Nobody wanted to help. Some of the very small countries wanted to help.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
Vulnerable. I mean, that's the only reason they wanted to help.
Some of the smaller countries wanted to help? What do you mean? What is he talking about? What, like Denmark? What are you on about? Netherlands?
So I appreciate you.
I spoke to French.
Want to help? Nobody wanted. And likewise, I spoke to Germany. They didn't want to help. Spoke to France. They didn't want to help. Nobody.
Spoke to French. Monaco really into it, yeah.
Want to help because they're the most vulnerable. I mean, that's the only reason they wanted to help. So I appreciate you being here. We're going to be going back together, many of us together. And again, I want to say, despite the fact that I'm very upset with NATO. That we pay far, far too much, billions and billions of dollars too much, because it's unfair, because we're protecting them. So we protect them, but they're not there for us. Think of it. It doesn't work. But I want to say this is a great leader. They're lucky they have him. It's their biggest asset. You want to know the truth? So, Mark, would you say a few words?
He is only saying that because he is the biggest brown nose in the history of the world. But that is what the job of the NATO Supreme Commander is, you know, General Secretary or whatever the fuck it is. That's what it is supposed to be, right? That is what his job is supposed to be. And that's the only reason that Trump thinks that he's a great guy.
Absolutely, and thank you so much.
Does what he's told.
Dear Donald, let me start with Iran. We discussed it last night at the presidential palace. I think what you did, degrading the nuclear capability, crucial for Israel, the region, for Europe. Degrading the ballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for Israel, for the region, for you, for the whole world.
Just none of this stuff happened, bro. It's so wild to just see people just going along with this complete delusion. It is insane. He just called him Donald and not Mr. President. To be specific, he called him Dear Donald. To be specific.
And then trying to bring this to a peaceful end.
11:11, angel number chat. This was being said at 11:11 Ankara time.
They attacking ships yesterday. I think what you did last night was absolutely necessary. It was a very strong response, and I'm with you on this. It's really important. When it comes to NATO, what you have achieved, and this is a huge win. And I just want to say this again: the last 2 years, Canada and European NATO nations spending $215 billion more in 2024 and 2025 and 2026 compared to 2024. This is
he's still so mad, chat. Look at his face. He's like mad as hell.
Staggering.
He's kind of not listening, but he's like mad as hell.
58 billion. In the meantime, almost 200,000 jobs in the US being supported by all the investments by countries in the United States in the defense industrial base, buying from the defense industrial base from the US companies. So here you see there is you have been able to really get them to step up, to do this. And when it comes to Iran, I know you're disappointed. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago. I would say these are isolated cases. 5,000 planes taking off from European airports in support of Epic Fury. It was Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States, helping with Epic Fury, including countries you mentioned, Germany from day one, France, and many others. We discussed the Bucharest airport, which was closed for a couple of days for commercial traffic because you needed it for Epic Fury, and they were totally
United
fine.
Kingdom wouldn't let us use the island for 2 weeks, so we had to fly back.
No, so I'm saying you're right. There are isolated
and
cases.
Italy was very bad, having to do with their bases.
He's trying to just like very slowly, like, you know, very slowly, very gently be like, no, you're right, daddy. No, correct, very correct. But there is these good things that we have done for you. Then look at this. We created this. You know, he's Trump's ego. He's like, I'll do whatever you say, master. But I did look at all these things that I did. He's like an embattled ego, you know,
and a couple of others. So
he's the world's oldest baby.
5,000 is huge. And you mentioned Spain. Even you got Spain to pay 2%. They made a huge step in last year.
Pick me diplomats, yeah.
Hey, also even Spain, I would say they got to the 2%. And I know you have a very strong relationship with the United Kingdom, the King, but also you personally always with Keir Starmer, who is now leaving office. He has now also committed to spend another $20 billion extra, 15 billion pounds on defense. So I would argue without you in this chair, this would not have happened.
Oh my God, he's desperately saying you got to stay part of NATO. These are the conversations that are happening behind closed doors, chat. Oh my God, the US is going to leave NATO or some shit. That's so insane. This is so insane. Mark Rutte is begging Trump to stay in NATO. That's what's happening here. He's like going, without you in this chair, it would have never happened, daddy. Please stay. What if I suck your toe one more time?
Is, of course, because of Russia, but also because of you. So, grab to win. It's there. You did this. It was The Hague, and now they are implementing it. And on Greenland, you and I made a deal in Davos. I will make sure that that deal is step by step being implemented. That you can deploy, if you want, the Golden Dome on Greenland. You have your trilateral talks.
He's literally just saying, you can do whatever you want in Greenland. It doesn't matter. The Golden Dome. It's just made up stuff. Like all this made up things that you're wanting to do in Greenland, you could do it. You have full Complete carte blanche from NATO.
Mark was leading them from your side with the Greenlanders and the Danes. Then it comes to if they would change their constitutional position in the kingdom, etc. But hey,
I mean, just so they understand, Greenland is very important for the United States, but it's not important for Denmark. In fact, when Denmark was
here we go, bro. Here we fucking go.
Run by the Nazis in less than one day. In one day, took over. And they asked us to take care of Greenland.
That always works, right? This is something that famously really, really, really goes well when you berate European countries who got invaded by Hitler. That is something that famously goes well all the time. Every single time that happens. France, they love it when you say that, don't they? They love it when you say, you fucking worthless curs. You were invaded by Hitler. What's the point of you? You know? Yeah, the symbolism is insane. Yes, he's at a NATO summit saying that Denmark got rolled by the Nazis in one day. You know? Denmark, they got taken over in one day. Poland, what were you doing, you idiots, Poland? Do you believe it? Can you believe it? They rolled over like no one's business. Czechoslovakia, can you believe it? It was that was the country at the time. Czechia and Slovakia, both worthless. They were annexed in an hour. Can you believe it? The Blitzkrieg, they called it. Worthless. NATO is worthless. Europe is worthless. Nothing without the United States.
In fact, we took Greenland, and then stupidly we gave it back. We shouldn't have given it back to them because we're the ones that need it. We need it for protection of the world, not just the United States. And it doesn't help Denmark, but it helps us. And it's very important for us. And again, they were...
Yeah, there's probably no way he doesn't...
Quickly. Denmark was...
There's probably no way he knows that Czechoslovakia is two different countries now.
By Hitler. And when this happened, they immediately switched it over to us. We owned it. We had it. We were taking care of it, and then we gave it back, which is, I don't know why. I wouldn't have given the Panama Canal back either, so what do I know? I certainly wouldn't have done that because China's trying to take over the Panama Canal, and that's not going to happen. So,
okay, buddy.
It's interesting. I'm very unhappy with NATO, and yet this man is a great leader, and he gets it. He gets it maybe better than some of the leaders.
But also your allies get it, thanks to you, and that is important. Yeah. I could not do this without you.
It's too bad Biden didn't do it, or Obama.
Hey.
This really is like a conversation that you would have in a care home with an elderly relative. Now, I don't normally, go for, Trump's old, he's got dementia, this, that, and the other kind of stuff. But this genuinely here, where he's the way that he's saying like, and Obama, like this is like, I don't know, like an elderly relative at a care home just going like, and can you believe it? Obama, Biden would never do it,
And you and Trump 45 and Trump 47 in total.
Rutter's from the Netherlands, yeah.
I call this the Trump trillion.
No, it's true, but
it's blatant ego stroking, yes.
And I'm not only blaming NATO. They got a free ride. And
not
if
anymore.
Biden had any brain, which he didn't,
not anymore,
he would have said, you got to pay more. And same with Obama. Two bad presidents. But they could have asked, and you would have done that too. It would have been, who knows? But who knows if they would have done
happen, and it is a huge...
It should have happened years ago. And
this is like something out of Always Sunny. This is like the bit in Always Sunny where they fill up barrels full of gas and they're like trying to like sell gas to people in the neighborhood, right? And Dennis is like, just let me do the talking. And Dennis is like, saying, hello, we would like to see if you're interested in buying gas from us. And Charlie just like comes in out of nowhere and he's like, I'll tell you what, we're going to give you some of the best gas you've ever heard of. This is like that kind of an interaction. It's just like one person just saying like whatever the fuck they want. Don't give a shit. Just say anything, literally say anything. And another person who is like desperately trying to just like, okay, just let me do the talking. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, but things are going good. Yeah, but things are okay, and it's going to be all right.
Couldn't, but Obama didn't do it, and Biden didn't do it, and frankly, Bush didn't do it either.
But you did what Eisenhower started trying to do, equalizing the Europeans.
Tried, yeah. Eisenhower tried.
And all the other presidents, none of them were successful. You're the first one. It's your win. Your win in the Hague.
That's why I like him.
And your win now.
That's why I like him. Can you see how well he's sucking me off? That's right. Daddy likes it like that. Thank you, Rutte.
That's why I like
This is true. Without you, this would not have happened. Really,
do you have any questions?
Mr. President, is the ceasefire
Biden. Hello, Kakura. Welcome in.
you dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people.
It's over.
And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal.
Scum, subhuman scum.
With him, we have a deal, and he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo.
Cuckoo.
As far as I'm concerned,
they're cuckoo.
Talks won't resume after we get through the funeral proceedings. Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do my whole life. That's all I do is deals. My whole life that's how I became president. I guess.
I just do deals. I'm the deal maker.
I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success. Tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and I say, this is from a different school. They're liars. They're cheats. They're sick people. They've hurt their people. They killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't taken over? They can't take over because they're dead. They killed them. Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing them. The press doesn't report it. But they're bad people. They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful
90 billion dead.
But I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that? I like him. I like the leaders. I think all of these leaders.
Great. And they love him.
I think they didn't treat the United States fairly for many years, but that's okay. But they're sane, rational, good people. Most of them. I don't like a couple.
Everyone in Iran is dead. In one day.
But I like Erdogan. I'll tell you. I like President Erdogan. He rolled out the red carpet. He's terrific. You know, he could have gone into the war. A lot of people saying, like with Bibi, I like Bibi. I think Bibi.
I like Bibi.
He's a terrific wartime prime minister. But Bibi said rough things yesterday about Turkey and Erdogan. And I said, you know, I spoke to him. I said, he could have gone into the war because he doesn't like Israel much. And he doesn't like Bibi much. And he didn't go because of me. And this is a military power. Millions of soldiers. Turkey is very strong. They have a lot of our best equipment.
Well, the reason that Rutte keeps butting in, is because he is desperately trying to keep up appearances that NATO is a serious organization. Because what you have to remember is that on the world stage, everybody sees Trump as the head of NATO. It doesn't matter about Mark Rutte being Secretary General or whatever. The boss is the President of the United States of America. And when the President of the United States of America is saying insane things like NATO is a paper tiger, or NATO won't help me or do anything and I'm not in control of them, and blah, blah, blah, this, that, and the other, it makes them look incredibly weak. And that's because they are, right? They literally are weak as hell. And that's because Trump is a fucking idiot. And so Rutte is desperate to make this look like some semblance of a cohesive operation on the world stage. Because the thing is that the way that NATO operates is it sits there and goes, okay, who are our enemies? China, Vietnam, Cuba, Russia, Iran, Iraq, various different states in the imperial periphery, right? All of these different states. So they're going to be looking at us and laughing when they see this. And it's true, they will be looking at them and laughing because it's like, this is ridiculous. Yes, NATO is a paper tiger. We're seeing it happen right now, you know?
They're trying to get the F-35s. But he didn't go in. He wanted, he would go in. If it weren't for me, he would have gone in. And he would have been on the other side. Even though I don't think he likes the other side either, because he happens to be very sane, and they happen to be very crazy.
Very sane, so and they're very crazy.
Right? I think China treated us right. I was with President Xi, and I said, I hope you're not going to go into the war, because we don't want that. You know, he gets 50% of his oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and he gets more than 50%. And he never went into the war. He didn't supply him equipment, you know. He was great. I'm a big fan of President Xi. A lot of people say, oh, why? You know, I watched a couple of people critical of the fact that TikTok is so bad, it's so dangerous, it's so horrible, they're spreading all these rumors. And the numbers came out yesterday. You know who's number one on TikTok? I am. I'm number one on TikTok. And all I talk about is how bad communism is, right? They say, oh, it's terrible, they're spreading, but I'm number one. And I listen to Gordon Chang. I like Gordon Chang, but he's always like negative. Oh, China's so terrible, they're so terrible. And TikTok is so terrible. But I'm number one on TikTok. I have like 4 billion views or something like that. So I don't know. People have to get their priorities straight. We have had a really good day. We're going to have another good half a day. And then I'll see you later. We'll talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thanks, guys.
I also will do a press.
Thank you, guys.
A lot to come from that brief press. Well, I guess we'll
number one on TikTok
conference between Mark Rutte and President Trump. Perhaps the headline, a question.
Okay, what else do we got here? Any other conferences? Who is this? This is Erdogan. Some guy. Oh, Papaksh. Papaksh, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please go show some love to Papaksh, another great leftist streamer from... it's India, right? It's India? Am I getting that right? Can't remember. Yes, I knew I got it right. Okay, how are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in, Papaksh. If you're coming in from Papaksh's stream and you don't know my name, I am djmuel, and I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I cover geopolitics and the news from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. Anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. We're currently looking at the NATO summit in Ankara and what that means, and all that kind of business. What happened to Alex since the Onion takeover? Yeah, he popped like a balloon. We've had credible reporting that Alex Jones, previous owner of InfoWars, has popped like a balloon. Arbalin, welcome in. How are you doing? I hope you had a good stream. Everybody, please go follow Papaksh. To the white papers. Okay, let's carry on with this.
Excellency, Mr. Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain.
Pedro Sanchez is there.
His Excellency, Mr. Edgar.
Oh, they're just doing photos. That's all this is. Yeah, good night, Mia. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you. How old is Sanchez? I think he's like 41, no? Okay, I don't think there's any other conferences here. I think we got Erdogan talking here about some shit.
On the basis of our decisions that we have taken in the Hague summit, we have focused on ensuring the European allies to become more better security providers. As Turkey, before 2030, we'd like to increase our defense spending to 3.5%, and we have already taken our measures to do that. In expenditures in connection with security and resilience, even now, reached a budget share of 1.
Okay, they're just going to be talking about how they're fucking licking America's ass. Okay, chat, listen, it's been 3 hours and 39 minutes. This is my full-time job. I do this for a living. I don't get any other form of income than this. Please consider donating £5 to the stream via the Streamlabs tip link. It helps me pay my bills, pay my rent, pay the groceries, all that kind of business. We are almost at the halfway point, despite being more than halfway through the stream, so it would be ideal if we were to get a couple more donos in at this stage in the game. Please consider doing it. If you can't afford to do that, that's totally fair enough. I completely understand. You could go to the promo links, which are in the chat right now. You can retweet the promo tweet or the promo Blue Sky post, and that will attract more attention to the stream and hopefully new viewers who may or may not have lots of money to spend. And that's how you support me in that way. You can also go to my socials and you know, like, comment, subscribe, and all that stuff. Follow me on the socials, repost the post, or anything like that. That will also attract more people to the stream, and you can help me out for free that way. Likewise, you could also go to the YouTube channel and comment on something or whatever. Comment on a video, like a video, share a video, show your mum, show your dad, especially if he's got loads of money and is a communist. There you go. Those are all the free ways that you can help me. Please consider subscribing either on or off Twitch. Both ways help me very, very much. We would only need another, I don't know, what is it? We're at £15 now, so we just need another 8 people donating £5 each in order to hit the donation goal for today. You can do it, chat. I believe in you. Are you vertical live streaming? If you're on mobile, yes, I will be vertical live streaming, but you could turn it back to horizontal if you like. That's an option for. Okay, so what are we gonna hit now? We are gonna hit up. Donald Trump says he's very disappointed with NATO. We already saw that. There is some extra stuff, extra bits and pieces about Zelensky wanting to pressure NATO for air defense systems after intense Russian strikes. Let's take a look at this from the BBC. Let's see what they are saying. I wonder if there might be wider socio-political consequences to everyone raising their military budgets and making cuts to the social fabric of their countries. Yeah, this seems smart. It seems like a smart thing to do while capitalism is struggling so much.
Now, leaders from NATO, the Western military alliance, are gathering in Turkey for their summit. High on the agenda will be the continuing...
Sorry, capitalism is struggling so much. Capitalism is forcing people to struggle so much. Hey, Steve, have you covered from March today at all? We did all that yesterday, bro.
War on Ukraine by Russia as the conflict shows no sign of ending.
Tomorrow's news yesterday, here on the djmuel stream, yeah?
Over the weekend, Russia launched another...
Not yesterday's news today. Tomorrow's, next week's news last week.
Major attack on Kyiv, killing more than 20 people.
Yesterday's news yesterday, also today's news today.
Trump on side, there's the potential for the US president to berate those countries failing to meet agreed increases in defense spending. Mr. Trump...
Cool how this is normal, isn't it?
Consequences for
cool how this has become normal.
Falling behind. Ahead of the meeting, President Zelensky has warned Ukraine is running out of missile interceptors to counter Russian ballistic missile strikes.
But wait! Literally 2 days ago, BBC, you were saying that Putin is on the ropes. That's crazy, dog. That's crazy. Yeah, I wonder where those air defense systems were used recently. Yes, correct. They did take things from Ukraine, didn't they? They did take air defense systems from Ukraine. Incredibly funny shit.
Calling the situation absurd.
Недостатньо.
We lack sufficient defensive capabilities. This is particularly true of the missiles for the Patriots.
Yeah, sounds like you should end the war, bro.
It is simply nonsense in today's world that production has not yet been established to the extent required to protect people from ballistic terror.
Ahead of the meeting, NATO's chief urged members to offer Ukraine their continued support as Russia steps up its missile attacks.
As Ukraine continues to defend its...
It's so funny how they're all complaining that communism isn't happening. It's incredibly funny. They're like, these private weapons manufacturers are making it very difficult for us to defend ourselves. Yes. That's the nature of the system that you are under. That you are promoting. That you want. This is what you wanted, you idiot.
Allies and NATO partners must continue to ensure Ukraine gets what it needs. And let me be clear, all allies need to pull their weight, so that our support to Ukraine continues to flow.
Now, we're just looking at pictures of arrivals in Istanbul and Ankara, actually, for that summit. The NATO.
No, you can't post that link.
The Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, to be appearing very soon. Let's talk, though, to Sarah Rainsford, our correspondent in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. And Sarah, hello to you. What is likely to be President Zelensky's message to the NATO meeting today?
I think he has a couple of messages. I think one message is the one that you've just been talking about, which is that Ukraine urgently needs help from its allies to get the interceptor missiles that it desperately needs to stop Russia's ballistic missiles as they're launched at this country. Now, the reason he is going to make that call so loudly, I think, is because of precisely what we've seen here inside Ukraine over the past week. We saw two very large-scale Russian attacks particularly focused on the capital here. We now know that in total, more than 55 people have been killed in those two attacks and dozens of people injured. Now, these are people who were killed in their homes as they slept. So devastating attacks for Ukraine. And when you look at the statistics, you realize...
The second the Ukraine war started, the ammo for missile systems went up 10 times. It's almost as if the companies producing them want to make as much money off Ukraine as possible. That's crazy!
It's because of all
that sounds crazy. Why would that be like that?
Unable to intercept the ballistic missiles that that Russia was using. So I think that message of the urgent need for interceptors, and that means US-made Patriot missile systems primarily, is going to be top of President Zelensky's priorities at that meeting. But I also think he has another message. I think that message is...
Yeah, capitalist production does what now?
He's concerned has begun to turn the tide in this war. It feels like it is on the front foot, if you like, because of Ukrainian drone strikes against oil refineries in particular deep inside Russia. And I think Mr. Zelensky wants people to see that the strikes by Russia, the escalation of strikes by Russia, are its response to what Ukraine is doing now inside Russia itself. And it wants Ukraine's allies to support it at a moment when it is particularly critical to do so, because Ukraine feels it does have an advantage now. It can press home in terms of its drone technology, and it wants to use that to force President Putin into peace talks. Right now, though, he's choosing to escalate.
You don't force someone into peace talks by hitting them with drones. What doesn't the West understand about this? Unless, which I suppose is the truth, is that is a lie. Right? Unless that is a lie. And in fact, there is no desire to negotiate with Putin whatsoever. Right?
And Sarah, do we have any idea of how receptive a hearing President Zelensky is likely to get from President Trump and others?
It's an interesting question as far as Donald Trump is concerned. Remember, of course, for so long in this war, he has primarily been, let's be blunt, he's primarily been on Russia's side. He likes to back a winner, and he thought that Vladimir Putin was the strongest side in this war. And so in all of the moves towards peace talks at the beginning, he was clearly allowing Russia's kind of demands to dominate and suggesting that Ukraine needed to comply and to compromise. I think that has changed. We've seen some much more positive comments from Donald Trump in recent days and weeks, suggesting that he sees Ukraine now as having some kind of advantage. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of dynamic there is, what kind of...
Did I miss this, by the way? Because I was hoping to like clock this during the actual interview. Did I miss this? Sometimes I just like tune out from what he's saying.
Missile shot. 100. I told this story yesterday. We had 111 missile shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan.
When did they bring this in? Alhamdulillah. Konnichiwa. May Allah awaken the people to the evils of the United States and Israel. Yeah. God, he's so funny, dude.
100. I told this story yesterday. We had 111 missile shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan.
Crazy that they're joining in on the war. Islamic Shogunate Revolutionary Guard. Oh my god. Oh my god. Konichi inshallah. Yeah, exactly. Wrong on all counts. Literally the most wrong statement that anyone could ever make ever. Right? 111 missiles. Wrong. Islamic Republic of Japan. Wrong. Right? Like, what is he talking about? Insane stuff. Absolutely insane stuff. I'm gonna become a samurai assassin in the Islamic Republic of Japan, yeah. Imagine how kitsch Japanese drones would be, though. Yes, possibly good. Possibly quiche. Quiche? How do you fucking pronounce that? Quiche? Quiche. Motherfucker just said quiche.
Language he uses. He will be meeting Zelensky in Ankara tomorrow.
Kitsch. It's kitsch, innit?
But I think particularly we've seen from European allies of Ukraine and from the NATO leader and also from, for example, the Finnish president in recent days, stressing that they do think that Ukraine has changed things somewhat on the battlefield. It stopped Russian ground troops in their advance, and it does seem to have...
It's so funny how they're spinning that. The Ukraine army has stopped Russian ground troops in their advance, when the actual reality is that Russia has taken over, what's it called? Kovinitska? Whatever it's called, the last part of the Donbass. And it's like, yep, that's what we wanted. Konstantinivka, thank you. Yeah. Russia took control of Konstantinivka, and they're now just gonna stay there. And now... they're like, yeah, Ukraine have stopped Russia in their tracks. It's just embarrassing, man.
Its drones do seem to be doing damage to Russia politically and also its economy. So I think that is an important message that Ukraine is making, and I think European allies are also taking.
Okay. If you say so, lady. Trump meets with Turkish president ahead of NATO. I wanted to have a look at this. This is from Live Now from Fox. Let's take a little look at this. This is apparently Trump meeting with Erdogan.
We've had right from the beginning good chemistry. We've had a very special...
Oh my God, he's so gay.
...relationship. Turkey has become under the...
Great relationship. Erdogan's about to arrest him. Erdogan is about to literally arrest him. Be like, you can't be saying this here, mate. You can't be talking like this here, brother. It's fucking jail time.
Powerful country militarily. People don't know how powerful, actually. They have a lot of our equipment. And they have
Don's Roy Cohn is showing, yep.
And they're really somebody to be reckoned with. And the nice part is that because of the relationship that we have, it's all gone very well. I just want to say that I have a lot of respect for the president, and I think it's really to the benefit of both countries.
Completely blank stare.
We're going to be talking about other things having to do with the military, lots of different things. Probably we'll mention Iran, where we have essentially decimated their military. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we're going to have some very good discussions. But we do a lot of trade with Turkey. We make great things and they make great things. And we've had it's had a very big impact on both of our countries. So I just want to tell you that it's an honor to be with you. And we're going to have a lot of good meetings. We're going to have good dinners, good food.
Good dinners, good food, a lot of good meetings.
And we're going to do good things for our countries. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
That's so funny, dude. He wants to have sex with him so much.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, havama kadar geldiniz. Çok teşekkür ederiz o yüzden. Çok uzun süren bir dostluğumuz var.
Let's see if his eyebrows raise at any point during this translation. We're gonna have so many burgers, so many really, really, really well done steaks.
Görüşmelerimizde 3 konudan bahsedeceğiz. Askeri, ticari ve bir de İran konusundan bahsedeceğiz. Gerçekten çok güçlüsünüz. Çok güçlü askeri ve silah sanayi açısından çok güçlü bir yerdesiniz şu anda. Dolayısıyla teşekkür ediyorum ve çok iyi bir vakit geçirdiğinize inanıyorum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Want to strengthen your math and computer science
No.
skills? Try Brilliant. It's an effective and fun way to learn.
Oh, I'm on my wrong account. I'm on my wrong account. I was thinking there's going to be no problem with it being on the wrong account. There won't be any ads on Live Now from Fox. Surely there won't.
And we really do. We've had right from the beginning good chemistry. We've had a very special relationship. Turkey has become, under the president, a very powerful country militarily.
Okay, I know that some people may think I go too far with this stuff. Please do not make jokes about kicking the president off of any cliffs. I know that you may think that this is harmless, but it is not. You can get me into trouble. You can get you into trouble. Don't do it. I have banned people for making jokes about Fed posting in this chat. I'm very serious about it. Okay? Don't do it again. Don't test me. That's the end of that. Let's start again. Welcome to the stream, Portland 1000. How are you doing?
People don't know how powerful, actually. They have a lot of our equipment, and they have a lot of great soldiers, and they're really somebody to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he just loves powerful men. That's what it is.
Because of the relationship that we have, it's all gone very well. I just want to say that I have...
There's only one 3-city conglomerate in the Donbass under Ukrainian control, Slaviansk, Kramatorsk, Druzivka. It's basically 3 cities in a line. It's a pretty big city, so it can't be defended as effectively because of all the civilians there. I don't think the Russians will want to attack that, and they'll either surround it or wait for surrender. So technically, yeah, they did stop in their tracks. Well, technically, yeah, sure.
A lot of respect for the president, and I think it's really to the benefit of both countries. We're going to be talking today about trade. We're going to be talking about other things having to do with the military, lots of different things. Probably we'll mention Iran, where we have essentially decimated their military. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we're going to have some very good discussions. But we do a lot of trade with Turkey. We make great things and they make great things. And we've had it's had a very big impact on both of our countries. So I just want to tell you that it's an honor to be with you. And we're going to have a lot of good meetings. We're going to have good...
Oh my God. It was playing from the fucking start. Are you joking me? Fuck's sake. Because he repeats himself so much, I thought this was just a continuation of the fucking thing. Oh my God.
It's okay. But, you know, why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us? We've always been there for them.
That wasn't just me. It's good to know that that wasn't just me. It's literally very, very comforting to know that that wasn't just me, because I was thinking, oh my God, that's the most embarrassing thing that I've ever done.
Türkiye ile Suriye arasında Türkiye'de efendim
Haber kitlelerine göre İran'daki savaşın sona erdirilmesi için oldukça çaba sarf ettiniz. Müzakere süreci devam ediyor ancak nihai bir anlaşma noktasına gelinmiş.
Yeah, he's doing those dementia talking circles,
Türkiye
yeah.
nasıl adımlar atacak İran ve ABD arasındaki müzakere sürecinin olumlu bir şekilde neticelenmesi için?
Bu süreçte yine aynı şekilde bizler İran-Amerika ilişkilerini nasıl bir düzleme kavuştururuz? Onun gayreti içerisindeyiz. Elimizden geleni yap.
Hello DJ Cells, did US strike Iran again? How contemporary is your information? When was the last time that the US struck Iran for you? Hey, I'm this old. It's okay. How can you tell what's more insane? The first thing he said or the last thing? Yeah. Yesterday. Yes, they have struck Iran again since then, yes.
Suretiyle dünya barışına bir adım atalım diye gerek şahsım gerek arkadaşlarım hep birlikte çalışacağız.
Oh, they're not translating this into English. Live Now from Fox is so shit. They done it just again about 5 minutes ago. Well, I mean, that was this is a continuation of strikes that started about half an hour ago, yeah?
İnsan hayatını kaybetti Gazze'de. Çok büyük bir yıkım var. Ateşkes sağlandı ama yer yer ihlaller devam ediyor.
Morb got lucky and had a Turkish chatter translating. Oh, that's so good. What a legend. What a legend.
İhlallerinin önlenmesi için, insani yardımların Gazze'ye girebilmesi için, ayrıca Gazze'nin yeniden inşa edilebilmesi için önümüzdeki süreçte ortak atabileceğiniz adımları değerlendirecek misiniz muhatabınızla? Müsaade buyururlarsa kendisinin de bu konudaki fikirlerini almak isteriz. Teşekkür ederiz efendim.
Özellikle Gazze konusunda tabii değerli dostumla bunları da konuşarak özellikle bu bölgedeki barışı sağlama için
Thank you for the follow.
Zirvesini çok.
This is just like not being translated for us, and I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Oh, the Fox News interjects. Fox News interjects right here.
Sometimes, but you can't really hear it right now. It's kind of very faint in the background. And what you're going to hear is that some of this is going to be, most of it, in English. But you also have Turkey's President Erdogan, who is taking questions from reporters there as well. So, again, not in English. There will be no translation for him, it seems. But we'll take, of course, all of these comments because we want you to be able to hear from President Trump as he takes questions from reporters.
It's so funny that it's just like when a Fox News reporter speaks to you, it's like they're speaking to a baby. Like they're speaking to a toddler. Dear viewer, what you need to understand is that everything is going very well.
It constitutes a really strong and large military base for NATO. Are we expecting further defense cooperation out of this bilateral meeting, out of this NATO summit here in Ankara?
Well, we're going to find out when I go there. We're going to find out. We're going to be having meetings. I'm very friendly with many of the leaders. Some of them.
That's so insane. He like trash talked every single one of them today. This is yesterday, by the way, Chad. This is unfortunately yesterday's news today. One of the rare occasions where you'll see... No, it's not rare that you see that. Yeah, they're gonna fucking... Obviously, like... He's gonna sit here and he's gonna try and be like... Oh, very friendly with NATO. But some not so friendly.
New, we don't know them. But, you know, I've been doing this for now.
Some of them are new.
Sort of a long time. If you count the 4 years where we had a rigged election, you know, I was very much into politics then too.
Wait, what is he talking about now? Has he misunderstood the question?
I spent 4 years in a little different state, and then we've had an amazing, probably the best year maybe ever had by an American president. When you look at the economy, we have
power outage reported in Chabahar. There's speculation that a power station was directly targeted, according to Bonza Barry. That's strikes on Iran from the United States about 15 minutes ago.
the greatest economy we've ever had. We have $19 trillion, $19.2 trillion to be exact, being invested in the United States. That's 7 or 8 times more than it's ever had. It's a world record, not just a U.S. record. And I just read where, in fact, coming over, I was in the car with those beautiful horses, those great riders, those great soldiers, and it came over the wires that Toyota is moving out of Mexico into the United States and building one of the biggest truck and car plants ever built. It's amazing. That's what tariffs do, if properly used. And so we've never had a more exceptional economy or potential economy. There's never been anything like it. Under the last administration, they did much less than $1 trillion of investment coming in. And we're at $19.2 trillion in actually the first 12 months, because that's where it's, really, so we're there a year and a half, so that number is now substantially higher. But 19.2 trillion, Scott, for a period of 12 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. So we have by far the greatest economy. We have more jobs right now in the United States than ever before. And we have a great relationship with some countries on trade, and Turkey happens to be one of them.
Siz her fırsatta dünya 5'ten büyüktür, daha adil bir dünya mümkün tutuyorsunuz. Bugün konuğunuz Sayın Trump, ABD Başkanı, onun da zaman zaman küresel sistemin mevcut durumuna ilişkin eleştirilerini biliyoruz. NATO'nun 2 en büyük askeri gücü olarak bu noktada, bu eleştiriler doğrultusunda ortak bir adım, ortak bir girişimde bulunması önümüzdeki süreçte söz konusu olabilir mi?
NATO'da
Okay, another row to one question. Let's move on. Is that him? Is this him?
Biz Rusya-Ukrayna arasındaki bu gelişmeleri de kendisine
that Turkey bought planes. It's the best plane. But they bought planes from the United States. And when you buy a plane from the United States, if there's engine rehab and other things that are done to engines, is various things that happen, including just maintenance. I think we have an obligation to maintain engines and help them maintain engines. When you buy a plane from us, what are we going to do? Say you're buying a plane if the engine needs work, or if the engine has to be rehabilitated or even upgraded somewhat? But I think we have an obligation to do that. What are you going to do? Say, I'm not going to do that? Look, Turkey's been, I know, a lot of people don't agree, although
engine rehab.
Turkey has been a great ally for us. Turkey could have gone on the side. They know Iran very well, and they know the problems with Iran. But they've been very instrumental, along with a couple of other countries, of helping. They could have gotten into the fight. I hear some people saying about their relationship with Israel. They could have gotten into the fight. They're a very powerful military nation. They didn't do that. Maybe they didn't do that because of me.
Engine's been fully rehabbed.
Into the fight on the other side. They are a nation that's been very, very good, and I can speak for myself as president. They've been extraordinary in many ways with respect to our relationship, including trying to end the war with Iran, or whatever you call it. It's not even a war, it's a military.
Hello, Onion Smoothie. Yes, I'm aware of that, and I'm trying to look for more information about it.
Operation.
Welcome
It's
in.
a denuclearization. That's really what it is, of Iran, because I don't think he wants to see them have a nuclear weapon either. I'm pretty sure of that. In fact, I'm totally sure of that. So, but when they buy a product from us, whether it's a plane or anything else, when it's time for maintenance, I think don't we have an obligation to help them? What are we going to do? Say we're not going to let you use the product that you spent a lot of money in buying? And especially when it's been somebody that frankly has been more helpful to the United States than many other more traditional countries. I do. I had a very good talk with President Putin, who, by the way, has a lot of respect for President Erdogan. a lot of respect.
I'm an OSINTer. I get news really fast, every explosion and where. You know how sus that sounds when you're coming into like a new stream that you've never been in before, right? Like, I don't know who you are. Yeah, your first chat message was ongoing strikes on Iran, which is something that I already know. I appreciate the information that you're giving me, but I try and make sure that all of the information that I give to, you know, my chat is as accurate as possible. Yeah, so I'm not saying you're a liar and this, that, and the other, and rada, but like, if you want to give me the videos, that's totally fine. Hit me up with, let me know when you've got like a link to post in the chat. I'll have a look at it. But you know, obviously you understand why I'm not immediately going like, oh wow, right? Because like, I get people coming in here saying all kinds of things. Okay. I think if Turkey joined Iran, the US and Israel will be done. No bases, ships, limbing homes, smoking munitions factories. Turkey has very high indigenous capabilities. Yeah, but I don't think Turkey is going to join Iran. I think that Israel is insane at the moment, right? I mean, there's obviously not a time when Israel isn't insane, but Israel is going like extra insane. Because they're like, right, we're going to go for Turkey next. And it's like, bro, you can't even do anything in Lebanon. What are you talking about, right? Like, this is something that I was going to say before. Suspiciously, Israel is not involved in these strikes on Iran, right? And I do think that what is happening at the moment is the US has spoken to Saudi Arabia, they've spoken to Israel, and they've spoken to Syria, and they've spoken to no, I think they've spoken to those people, right? And they've said to Saudi Arabia, you deal with Yemen, right? You deal with Ansar Allah in Yemen. Israel, you deal with Lebanon. And you know, we'll deal with Iran. Basically, like, that is what is happening. They are trying to like keep each resistance movement occupied. The other group that I was thinking of was the Kurdish separatists in Iraq. We're going to give you weapons and you could deal with the Islamic resistance in Iraq. All of this is still going to go very badly, but I do think that that is what is happening at the moment. I don't think that Turkey would ever join Iran just on the face of it, right? Intergalactic Doster, you are also a new chatter, so please don't like have a go at a new chatter because they said something that you don't like, right? Yeah. If I have an issue with something that someone is saying in the chat, I'll say it like I'm doing now. Yeah. That my chat doesn't go super fast. Very lucky. Yeah. You're not a mod here. You're a new chatter. Okay. If I've not had a go at a chatter for saying something, you don't need to. Thank you for understanding. But yes, as I was saying, I think that that is what's going on. And I think that that is why... I know that Iran has been working on its relationship with Turkey for like a while, right? For like a while. And... Are these the same people? Wow, that's a really lovely shirt. Wait, what are you talking about? You can purchase it here. No, it's not that. No. That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. No, it's clearly not that. No, that did happen in my chat. I know what you're talking about, but that's not what's happening here. No, chill out. You're doing the same thing. You're doing this. You're acting like a cop. You're thinking that things are happening in the chat that aren't. And I would know if that was happening because I knew when it was happening last time. Chat, stop being... Watch it. Look at what you've done now. Look at what you've done now. Now Intergalactic Dosa is confused and upset. Don't worry. Discord has been sewn in the chat. You can find the shirt by tipping. Don't say that. Now Ash is doing it. Ash is saying, lads, chill. And I'm this old. You're all being cops. Stop it. Stop trying to police the chat. I'm policing the chat. You're the chat. Anyway, I'm just chatting rubbish. Mule, chill, mate. You wanna test me? You wanna test me? You want me to chill? How about a week-long timeout? Oh, I'm just kidding. Just 1 second. Wait, how do you untime out? Oh my god, wait, did that work? Oh, it worked, it worked. Okay. I got worried about that. That happened like a couple of weeks ago, and I like timed someone out for a week, and they felt schneid about it in the Discord. So I thought, oh, okay, well I'll time them out for a second instead. And I was like, shit, what if that means I've just timed them out for like a week and a second? Okay, right. So listen. I need money. Here's the thing about streaming. I need money, right? This is my job. Chat, we are at £15 donated, 0 subs today. It's pleasing to know you don't know anything about timing out or bans. Very good. You know, I don't know anything about timing out because I just generally ban people. Chat, if you don't want to be banned, tip. No, I'm not going to do that. I heard about a streamer that did that once. Who was that? Someone came in here telling me about that, but it was like years ago. It was like years ago or some shit. And someone was like, yeah, somewhat like this streamer went insane and started like banning people because they weren't. I think he was Turkish, not Hassan, but like Turkish and like a Turkish speaking streamer. And he like went insane and started banning everybody and who wasn't subscribing and stuff. And he was like obviously a gamer. If Hassan did that, he'd be taking the rest of his life to do it, yeah. I remember one was moaning, if you're watching me, you should give me money, proper raging. Yeah, no, it's bad to be doing that. Jared, if we get Mule enough money, we might get a peek of the beautiful kitty. That's a thing to understand, yes. That is a thing to understand. I have tried over the last week or so to be what's the word? To push the boundaries of demanding money from chat and like how comfortable I feel with it, and I've decided that I'm not comfortable with it at all. Right, so the last couple of days where I've been sat here for like, you know, just doing nothing for like 5 minutes and going like, come on chat, give me money, that makes me feel bad. I've decided, and I don't want to do that anymore, so I'm not going to do that. If we don't hit the donor goal, we don't hit it. I guess I'm going to have to get a job. I could tell people to give you money. Well, I'm going to tell people to give me money, but I'm not going to sit here for 5 minutes and be like, I'm waiting for it. Yeah? You were also not a shite about it. No, I know, but I'm just saying that, like, we're talking about, you know, streamers going mental, asking people to give them money and, like, raging about it and stuff. And I thought that would be an appropriate time to say that the current strat that I am doing, I am going to stop. I'm just going to, every hour... Chat, please give me money. Please consider doing this. Yeah? If you can't afford to do it, it's fine. Yeah? Whatever. It is what it is. Hassan's mods were banning and timing out every other chatter. Lots of chatters catching strays. Yeah, but that's good though, because some people in his chat were saying insane stuff. Because I was there that day, and some people in his chat were saying the most, like, egregious things of all time, so it's good that he was moderating his chat like that. Because there were people saying that this woman is lying and shit like that, and You know, I don't... Listen, if you think that, there are going to be people who think that, but just keep it to yourself, man. Yeah? People are going to think what they're going to think. But shut the fuck up, right? Shut the fuck up about that. Insane stuff. Anyway, what was I saying? Yes. Give me money. Chat, yeah, I stream for, you know, 5-6 hours a day. I only ask people to donate £5 each. If everybody in the chat donated £5 each now, we would hit the dono goal and more. You can do that via the tip link in the chat. It means that 100% of the money comes to me. The reason that I asked you to do it via the tip link, I prefer tips over subs, which I do appreciate. I do appreciate subs 100%. Valerie, thank you so much for the £3. Valerie, thank you so much. You are an all-time top tipper. One of my favorite chatters. Thank you very much. Not just because you give me money, because you go out there and you fucking organize. But thank you so much for your continued support. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. I prefer tips because it means that 100% of the money minus a tiny fee from PayPal comes to me, rather than 50% goes to Jeff Bezos. Obviously, I do have a sub goal as well. It's great to get the sub goal as well. The reason I have a sub goal and a dono goal is because I, have worked out how much money that would give me, and that would give me the amount of money that I want to be at the moment, yeah, in terms of growth for the stream and growth of myself and stuff. So, please consider tipping. I'm subbed, and I do really appreciate people being subbed, but I do ask people to consider donating, subbing off Twitch. What did I miss? If you can't afford to tip or anything like that, don't worry about it. You could go to my socials. You could go to my YouTube channels. You can go to the promo go live link or Blue Sky post, and you can press all the free buttons on all of those things, and you can help me out by boosting me in the algorithms of those various social media, and that will also boost me in various different arenas and attract more people to the stream, and those people may have money that they can dispose upon me. There you go. There's the call to action. Sean the Black was really good on Platinum earlier today. Sean the Black was really good on Platinum 3 months ago. To be clear. I think that's what everybody should be saying about Sean. But yeah. Like I've said before, I don't know what the hell all the fucking hoo-ha around Platinum was about. But it is what it is. It happened the way it happened, and I don't know, man. Like, I think in future, people should just be like, we should get a better candidate than that. Yeah, Sean's one of the people who's been talking about it for a while, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I have watched Obsession. Yeah, you could go to the VOD channel and you can see my take on that. It's on, like, I don't know. When did I see it at the cinema? Like 2 weeks ago or something? So, yes. The dark woke bit of the left has many pitfalls. It's the sort of thing Sophie would make a video essay on. Yeah, I mean, look, like, you know, I always thought that dark woke was like a joke, yeah? I always thought it was a joke. I was like, this is just something silly that people have made up in order to, like, I don't know, sound like they're more, I don't know what the word is. To sound like they're, like, gonna have a go at people and shit like that. Like, I have said before that if anything happens to Red Planet, or if anything happens to Sophie, or Tim, or anything like that, or Conrad, I'm gonna go dark woke, right? And that's just a joke. It doesn't mean I'm going to start saying slurs or anything. It's like, no, I'm like, it just, to me, it just meant I'm going to go sicko mode, right? I guess that's what I thought it meant. Well, apparently it's not a joke. Also, hi, bright person. If you say the things that people want popular, even though monster, yeah, no, it's political desperation. Yeah, I've referenced it to be silly. Yeah, it's libs wanting to seem cool. That's what it is. Yeah, isn't it just woke with slurs? Well, that's what it appears to be now. Yeah, that's what it appears to be in terms of people like actually taking it seriously, saying the R slur and saying like, I don't know, all kinds of things about like, you know, black people and shit like that, but not really saying all kinds of things about black people, but just like, you know, saying racist things, being called out for it, and then just going, nah, I don't think there's a problem with that, right? Just like the sort of like, you know, total rejection of any idea of like, oh, a thing that I said could have been racist or whatever. So I think that's what embodies dark woke at the moment, right? Yeah, people are tired of reactionary shit, right? And why the fuck would we want reactionary shit on the left? I always saw it more as leftist mocking when Elon called himself Dark MAGA. That's what I thought. That's what I was saying. It was like, oh, well, this is just when you like, this is just when you're being silly. I'd argue those folks are more red-pilled than anything. What do you mean? Like fucking red-pilled as in like bad red-pilled, not like good red-pilled. You don't mean they're red-pilled as in like they're taking estrogen. You mean red-pilled as in like they listen to Andrew Tate. They're misogynists. Yes, they're misogynists. Yeah. No, they're 100%. Yeah, the misogyny's off the fucking charts with those people. Again, not naming any names because I can't be bothered with drama. What's the woke part of dark woke if you're doing racism and stuff? Voting. Wanting healthcare. They're basically like, what's the... Respecting old people. What's the... They're like the American Communist Party. It's basically equivalent to the American Communist Party. Except the American Communist Party is much more racist. Much more openly racist in various different ways. But it's that same, like, level of, like, you know, brown red shirt dog shit. The Communist Party, the FBI. That one, yes. Is dark woke just liberal Nazbols? Well, no, they're not technically Nazbols, right? They're not technically Nazbols. But like, if you think about the way in which the American Communist Party and the Nazbols in there, like, has and fucking what is his name? Jackson Tinkler or whatever the fuck his name is. The way that they are like, America is never gonna not be reactionary, so why bother trying? So we should just be reactionary and do communism. That's right. Yes, Hinkler Dinkler. Hinkler Dinkler the Tinkler. And I think that in that sort of like vein of them like, oh, America's always going to be reactionary. I think that that's what they've like settled in. I think that's what these like dark woke sort of like libs have settled in as well. They're like that, but like not do communism. No dual power building. So arguably they're worse than the ACP because at least the ACP wants to try and build some kind of dual power, but also they don't. At least the ACP has kind of got the right idea, but not really. You know? Hinkle Dinkler sounds like an insult to Swedes. You don't need to come up with things to insult Swedes. One inspiring message. People are reactionary, so let's not even bother trying to change them. Yeah. Well, I think that they like read too much into the sort of like Stalinist and Leninist idea of reactionary revolutions, where it's like, oh, if you've got like reactionary elements and you have a revolution and there's a dictatorship of the proletariat, that's just something that happens and you'll work all that stuff out later. I think that they're taking that like a bit too seriously when it's like, you know, that was in the 1920s and the 1940s and shit. We've learned a lot since then. I talked to a neighbor and I feel better. Yeah, nice, Soph. That's great. Also, hi, Magic Dealer. Anyway, listen, let's get back to the fucking news. We're doing more NATO summit stuff. We're moving on from Trump and Erdogan, and we're going to take a look at this interview with Mark Rutte. Who's doing an interview for Politico. Take a quick look at this, chat.
Strongly believe that the NATO we had only 3 or 4 years ago, going forward, would not have been sustainable.
Mr. Secretary General, thank you so much for joining the conversation here in Ankara for the NATO summit in 2026. Can you believe it?
Absolutely. And good to see you again. And thank you for having me.
I want to start with the stakes here because, Mr. Secretary, this summit begins under extraordinary circumstances. NATO is asking allies to undertake the biggest increase in defense spending in history. Russia's war in Ukraine still rages on and is now escalating. The conflict in the Middle East is still continuing, and questions remain about America's long-term role in European security. Have you ever walked into a NATO summit where the stakes felt higher than they do this morning?
Well,
What's going on there? What's that about? What? Is this dark woke? No, this is Dave Rubin brain MAGA. AI is a curse. Yes. AI didn't say no, apparently. Insane. Also, hi, Al. Welcome in. That needs to be a crime. Well, yeah. What does it mean? What does it mean, though, man? Like, what does it mean? We asked AI to make a video of Platinum raping a dude in a non-gay way. Well, no. Clearly, I'm not going to click play because this is a screenshot. Look. Look, I'm not stupid. Thanks for looking out for me, Neil, but I'm not a fucking idiot. You know? Oh, man. So insane. So insane. There's so much insane stuff happening. Like right now. Iran is going to hit back real hard. US is hitting lots of sensitive shit like power plants. Oh, right, yeah. So they're doing... Okay, so it's fully back on in like a fully insane way. That's what's happening right now. Strike's still ongoing? Yeah. Some pictures here of southern Iran, apparently, from Clash Report. US forces attacking southern Iran. What is this? What am I looking at here? That doesn't even look real. Terrible, terrible. This is a terrible account, chat. If you're on Twitter still, don't fucking follow Clash Report. They're absolutely shit. And they're total, like, turkey fucking deep throaters. Are you a Muslim? No, I'm not. Yeah, you got it, Crescent. You know the score. There is a video from John Elmer, trusted source, over Kormuz. U.S. Air Force MQ-9 Reaper drone downed this morning by Aerospace Force in Bushehr province. It doesn't matter, it's clear the Islamophobia is a disease. What am I doing that's Islamophobic, sorry? Yo. Madness. Not me? Who are you talking about? Oh, the mainstream narratives. Right, okay, sorry, just a bit confusing. Are these account as additional vids? Let's have a look. US attacks on Chabahar caused damage to Shahid, Beheshti Dock, Kalantari Dock, Maritime Traffic Control Tower. It does appear that if they are hitting... If they are actually hitting power plants and stuff today, then that's one thing. But it does appear that they are desperately trying to hit military positions at the least in the Strait of Hormuz. I think that the Strait of Hormuz matters a lot. A lot to the United States. A lot more than Donald Trump is pretending that it matters. A lot more than he's pretending it matters. You know? But wait, where is this? Chabahar? Chabahar? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Let's have a look on maps. Where is that? OSINT guy, where did you go, bro? That guy was from the UAE. He could have been an oiler. Fuck, I fucked it, chat. Yo, OSINT guy, give me information and money. Chabahar. Let's have a look. Let's search the map. Chabahar. Okay. Like a Chabahar Bay. Interesting. That's like nowhere near... Oh yeah, they could very easily be going for an invasion here. Yo, no worries, Slick Stick Stoke. Don't worry about it. It's all good. This is where Chabahar is. Are they just attacking anywhere? Baluchistan province. This is on the border with Pakistan. This is really close to the border with Pakistan. Are they... hard to know. Hard to know what is going on. They're attacking here. Okay, let me just do something. Let me see if I can formulate my thoughts by doing this again, chat. We're not putting on the Mario Paint music because it's a bit serious, okay? Sorry to anyone who was expecting that. Speedboat tunnels, who knows? There's a big bay there, right? So we know that they've hit here. And we know that they are hitting maybe there and also here. They're also hitting Bandar Abbas. And they're also hitting Sirik, which is like here. The fucked up shit is that Indian Hindus use UK has fallen to Islam kind of rhetoric. Yes. I mean, look, every nation outside of the UK does that, right? It's not really much different, you know? It is sad when I hear that shit, but you know, for various reasons and stuff. But yeah, you know, it is the popular fascist narrative, right? And if Hindutva are going to be saying that, then yeah, of course, right? I personally know a lot of fucking Hindus in the UK, yeah, and they're like by and large not Hindutva, right? So, you know, they are not these like super ethno-nationalist types and shit like that. And it's like, yes, they are also at risk from racism because guess what? The average white person doesn't know the difference between an Indian person or an Afghani person or a fucking, you know? Yeah, okay, so I think this is helping me formulate my thoughts, right? They are hitting all along the coast. I do think that this is probably where they're going to try and do an invasion. What they could probably do, chat, because again, this is where we know the boats are, right? The Armada is here. Now, what they could do is they could move this line up here to risk getting hit, which would be stupid. They're trying to stop their ability to strike boats crossing the strait. Yeah. I think that they're gonna... Yeah, they want to block the Pakistani coast, the Iranian routes. So, what they could do is try an invasion here with, like, I don't know, a third or a quarter of their forces. It'll go badly. Right? It doesn't matter what they do, it's going to go badly. And then, maybe while they are distracted with this, they will try and also paratroop some guys onto Karg Island. The second option would be maybe they don't send any boats in, but they just paratroop guys onto Kesham Island, right? This is what we've said. I think this is their tactics. I think this is their tactics, says Chilavina. The VOD's gonna get clapped for this. That's the tactics. I think you're right. It's like trying to get inside the mind of a very stupid person. What would be the most stupid... Okay, this is why I think that this is possible, because I think that this would be the stupidest thing to do. I think that this thing that I have laid out here, this would be the stupidest tactic of all time. So that's why I think that this is going to happen. I think that they're going to try and do a ground invasion like here. Other than that, they're going to try and do it at Kesham Island or Karg Island. I just can't see them. It would just be so stupid. It would just be so stupid to do any of this, right? You know what I'm saying? If they go for Kesham Island, they're going to get battered. They must know that. If they go for Karg Island, they're going to get battered. They know that. If they do it here, they're also going to get battered. The flawless logic for this administration is the most illogical decision, yes. It's going to be a shit show regardless, correct. Those are cliffs that are looking down on that coastline. Yeah, but they might just fly people in over the cliffs or whatever. I don't know. It would be stupid. Either way, it would be very stupid, right? There's not many paths in. Like I've said before, they would really have to either come over from Kuwait to get to Karg Island, which is here. This seems like the most likely you know, like, I don't know where the troops are supposedly based at the minute, if they're all on the ships or whatever, right? But this is the most likely thing to happen. But then, like, they take Karg Island and what, man? Like, they're gonna get the ship bombed out of it. It's gonna get the ship bombed out of it. And they must know that. Like, what do they do when they're there? We've said this many times, right? They can sustain that pass either due to supply lines. They make it onto an island or into Iran, and then what? That's what I mean. Like, what? It's gonna baffle future historians what's happening now, yeah. We're gonna get Ukraine and Russia style of FPV. I think that that's probably it, but I think that Iran is gonna be way less restrained than Russia, because Russia... The only reason that Russia is being so restrained in Ukraine is because there's a bunch of ethnic Russians in Ukraine, right? That's the only reason that Russia isn't going whole hog on that shit. But with Iran, they don't give a flying fuck. They're like, what's that, bro? You're from fucking bumfuck Arizona? I don't give a fuck, bro. Counterpoint, don't worry about it. That's true. I did forget that bit. Okay. I'm trying to like figure it out in my head. Why they're doing what they're doing, what they're doing. Also, you're right. What's the point in fucking worrying about it? Insane. Absolutely insane. The Maritime Traffic Control Tower was damaged at Bushehr in order to damage Iran's eye on the Strait of Hormuz. That's not gonna work. Has Trump been posting? Let's have a look. "11 minutes ago. This is in retribution for yesterday's bombing of ships by Iran. If it happens again, it'll get much worse." They actually watched your Eye of Sauron stream and fucking did it? No, they've not done it. They've not done it yet. They've not done it yet. Thing is, we don't live in the monoculture now and everything is instantly on social media. There'll be no sad Vietnam War revisionist films in 20 years' time. We all just get to sit and watch the US step on all these rakes in real time, yeah. Bro's one trick is threats. Yes. Please ignore the drone we just saw explode today. Yes, correct. Right, but here's the thing. If you retaliate, Iran retaliates. It's just a never-ending cycle. So, like, he's gonna do it. Iran is gonna do it. They're gonna fucking respond. So then what are you gonna do, buddy? Closer look at the Maritime Traffic Control Tower in Bushehr that was attacked by the US. What did they miss? Bro, that's an intact maritime control tower. That's it. Wait, what? Is that supposedly... Oh, okay, so this bit has been damaged, yes? Is that right? That's what it looks like normally? That's what it looks like. Okay, alright. So yeah, okay, so they did hit it. You just like can't see it in this? Yeah, you can't really see like what the supposed damage is there. It just kind of looks a bit normal. It doesn't look like they got like they kind of didn't really get it that hard. Which is a bit crazy. Okay. All right. Let's crack on with this Mark Rutte thing.
I feel excited.
The sides are off the top.
And I'm really excited to have this opportunity.
I was never good at spot the difference.
Because not enough people, I think, have already grasped that this is transformational. It is really fundamental.
Like the shell of it, yeah.
Today and tomorrow. And basically, many people think, hey, why do we have to do all of this and spend the extra money? And of course, Ukraine, most of us, of course, agree it has to be done. But this is transformational for only one reason, because I strongly believe that the NATO we had only 3 or 4 years ago, going forward, would not have been sustainable. Over-reliant on the United States, Europe not spending enough, not producing enough, both in the US and in Europe. And all of this is now changing rapidly, and this is really great news.
So at the center of this is the NATO allies committing to an increase of defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035. This was, of course, a major priority for President Trump. You've said that the goals of this summit are delivery and implementation of that commitment. You've talked a lot about countries needing a credible path to 5%. And I'm curious, what in your mind makes a plan credible, and by whose standard? Who is setting that standard? Is it you? Is it the allies? Is it the President Trump?
Well, of course, we do this collectively, and we've got to do this because of the Russian threat, and we see what...
Who is this guy? You actually don't know... You don't know who this guy is? You don't know who this guy is, President.
Are doing in Ukraine.
You can't be serious.
So we cannot continue on a path where, one, the Europeans are spending less than 2%, as they did only a couple of years ago, and two, where the Europeans were not spending the same as the US was spending, and therefore having this over-reliance on the United States. This is all changing. A credible path means that you...
He's the General Secretary, yes, of NATO. Is the Russian threat in the room with us right now? Yeah. Yeah, well, don't forget, they said on a BBC interview last week, oh my God, it's going to be Chechen soldiers running through the streets of Chichester raping your wife. Yes, I'm sure, dude. I'm sure that's going to happen. Also, of course, they mentioned Chechens because that's the Muslim Russians, isn't it? They had to choose the demographic that they've already manufactured consent against in order to get people scared about that prospect. But as I was saying last time, the average Brit doesn't have a fucking scoob what a Chechen is. You know? What the fuck is going on there?
The 5% target in 2035, not, let's say, by just increasing your spending in 2034 and then doing everything in 1 year. But
nominally, this is the most powerful person in the world. Actually, it's just some guy, and he loves calling Trump daddy. I live in Stafford, one of the most landlocked places in England. The trains are never on time. Good luck, Russia.
Like so many allies are already doing. Look at Germany, which will already reach the 3.5% in 2029 and brought a budget yesterday to Parliament, which will, in 1 year, increase defense spending in Germany by tens of billions. This is staggering. We have not seen it in the last 6 to 7 years.
Who is sort of overseeing and signing off on these credible paths?
Me.
Okay.
It's NATO. So we have people in headquarters. I can assure you, having been Prime Minister of the Netherlands...
Staffordshire Police had their work out with Uncle Saeed today. Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
It's not easy to deal with.
Yeah, chat, some good news. Another weapons factory was blockaded in the UK today. In Shenstone. UAV systems, unmanned aerial vehicle systems. There were drone factory. Yeah, by someone known locally as Uncle Saeed and another legend comrade. Good stuff. Also, one of the Filton 25 got acquitted yesterday on charges of... I can't remember what the specific charges are, but they got acquitted. I think it's William Plastow. Their trials are ongoing this week as well.
have all the numbers.
Violent disorder, that's it, yeah.
Immediately thieve through if allies would say, hey, this is defense spending, and NATO saying, no, it's not. So I'm saying me, but in the end, I mean the specialists, the real experts in NATO.
Okay, this is pretty good. I don't know if this is actually The Onion. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Headquarters.
Of course, so much of this has been driven by President Trump, and U.S. Ambassador Matt Whitaker says Washington is now considering consequences for allies that don't have a credible path to 5%. Do you agree with that approach?
Well, of course, every ally can decide how they want to keep the others to account. So that's totally fine, but that's between allies individually. What I'm looking at is the overall numbers.
After watching Salo, you can see all these impotent morons for who they are. Well, I've never watched that film, and I can see the thing that you see. I don't think you need to watch Salo for that. I think that you just watched Salo, and you were like, "Wow, this is a great film," and it made me think things. And that's good. I'm glad that art is having that effect on you. I'm glad that that's what's happening.
The success story is that when you combine 2025 and 2026, Canadians and Europeans spending...
Yeah, I hate everything you like anyway.
$50 billion.
I don't like anything that you fucking weirdos like.
2024. This is amazing. And that
so
means
you've got the carrot, but do you think that the stick is necessary of some sort of consequence, whether it's from U.S.
or... It's up to every ally to decide how they want to encourage forcefully others to live up to the joint commitments. But when I'm looking at the numbers, I would say we have to do this because of Russia. We also have to do this because of equalizing European spending with the United States. And this is President Trump basically achieving what since Eisenhower American presidents tried to achieve, which is to equalize the defense spending between the US and Europe. Trump is now achieving that.
Well, so then that brings me to the next important question. What happens when he's out of office? How sustainable is this commitment?
This is sustainable because Trump is one big reason to do this, but not Trump individually, but the fact that you have to build a NATO which is sustainable and therefore is not over-reliant on the US, has a stronger Europe in a stronger NATO.
This is cope. This is ultimate cope. That's so funny.
Europeans and the Canadians are really stepping up, but also because there is this long-term threat, which is Russia, which is Putin. He is spending now almost 50% of his state budget on defense. Almost.
He could have just said any number. This is the thing, right? He could have just said literally any number, and there's no way for us to be able to fact check this or like be like, yes, that's true, or no, that's wrong, or whatever. It's like, it's so funny. This demand is that the US pays less into NATO. That's the thing. The whole reason that this is happening is because the US just wants to not give any more money to NATO. They want to Turkify. They want to turn all of their defense spending inwards. They want to become a tortoise of a country, right? You know what I mean? And just do like, you know, fascism in that way, and maybe some like local imperialism. That's ideally what they want. And that's Trump's dream, and that's why he's so pissed off that he can't do this Iran thing. If I threw parties every weekend, I was putting loads of money into them because I wanted to hang out with people and they didn't want to hang out with me, I couldn't then go, hey, you guys should be paying for everything. Yes.
75% of the tax intake in Russia is spent on defense. The whole of the industry in Russia, not only defense industry,
could a stronger Europe just be this? I'm probably going to have to pause this for the VOD watchers as well. In bases in, the GCC. Yeah, I think that it knows that the troops are all built up in all those different bases in the region, ready to invade. And I think that it is now using this opportunity to fucking destroy as many of them as possible. Or at least the capability for them to invade. So I think that that would probably be its first thing. I mean, again, Israel isn't getting involved, which is very funny because the last thing I heard about Israel is that they were freaking out because they don't have enough troops left. It's going to hit the American assets for them to fall first, then back to Israel, Lebanon, then Israel, because yeah. I think that that is the strategy, yeah. Because, you know, whatever you say about Israel, the US is the bigger threat. So I think that that is, yeah, that's the reality. Mark Rutte.
It's not churning out for the defense effort. So it's there. And of course, we have China, which is also ramping up its defense
But you
spending.
know not every ally is thrilled with this spending goal. And some because of politics, some because of their own fiscal situation. I mean, I'm thinking about the UK, France, Italy specifically. I mean, what happens for them, both during the Trump administration and after, when maybe there isn't this forcefulness and threat of consequences coming from the
Look
US?
at the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has now committed to spend an extra $20 billion, 15 billion pounds extra on defense. And they also decided to have, in the next spending review, which is early next year, defense is priority number one, so as to ensure there is a credible path to the 3.5%. France has been consistently in the top 3 defense spenders in NATO. And then Italy. Italy was one of the 4 bigger allies, together with Belgium, Canada, and Spain, who was not on 2%. Italy, Spain, Canada, and Italy reached the 2% last year.
But President Trump keeps calling them out, and Germany too. I mean, I know you've credited all of these allies, but the US is still not thrilled.
Well, when you look at Germany, I mean, who cannot be thrilled? Germany will...
The president, he's posting.
During this season of geopolitics, the UK should just have a side plot. The UK's side plot is Andy Burnham. That's what the UK's side plot is. It's Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham, who just said, by the way, on Twitter, about the UK literally changing the law, right, on a whim, so that a prisoner, someone who they had put in prison, already is getting deported. And he's like, correct decision, well done. Thanks, Keir Starmer, North version. Great. That's good. I'm so glad that it's more of the same stuff. I'm so glad that it's more of the same stuff. By the way, if they could change the law willy-nilly to just like send this guy that, by the way, is in prison, could just be fucking deported or whatever, they could just deport whoever they want. To Starmer. Hello, Steffa Pfeffen. Reek Remrats, the new PM. Oh my god, Rake Remrats. That's crazy.
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. Correct decision. Well done. I can't wait to deport more people. I can't believe we haven't got the cat cam. Chat, you should give me money. This is my full-time job. Please consider tipping me. All I would ask for is 8 people donating £5 each. And we can, in fact, hit the sub goal. And if we get halfway, we can get to the cat cam. There is no Melpet around, though, I'm afraid. So sorry about that. Yeah, Bart Harley Jarvis, the baby that everybody hates. The baby that everybody hates in the world's best baby competition. Yes. A bunch of UK politics revolves around new weekly Bart Hartley Jarvis characters. That's a tweet. That's a Blue Sky post that you should do. Just I would remove the first bit of it, to be honest. I would just say UK politics revolves around new weekly Bart Harley Jarvis characters. That's a great post. I would like a sub, please, and thank you. I'm not doing more recurring things at the minute. Who wants to trade me one, though? There you go. No, you're not coming back to Hicks. We've done Hicks. We're done with Hicks. Sorry about that. If you can't afford to donate to the stream, please consider going to the Go Live post, the Go Live tweet, going to the YouTube channels, liking and commenting and subscribing to the YouTube channels, following me on socials, all that kind of business. This is the last hour of the stream, so I would like to see at least a couple more donos. That would be ideal. Thank you very much for considering that. Okay, what do we got? What am I doing? What am I looking at? Not that. More of this.
There was a phone call between Friedrich Merz and the president. They no doubt discussed this. But I think President Trump, when he looks at the numbers, and this is what I discussed last week with him, 250 billion in 2 years means that you reach almost the max of what you can spend in 2 years extra. Because you have to recruit the men and women in uniform. You have to make sure the defense industrial output is there. So this is one big win for President Trump. It is one big win for Trump. It is one big
win for President Trump.
For Putin.
One big win.
Good cop,
For my daddy.
bad copping this.
One big win.
There's no, and look at
Trump and this guy chatting would be insane. It's funny you should say that, Al, because we watched that happen for about 2 hours earlier. And yes, you're right. It was insane. Also, yeah, intergalactic doser. Elon Musk has never not been the ruling class. Yeah.
President Trump in the G7. It was a big...
There is an interview with Elon Musk's dad where they are talking about the money that they got from their illegal apartheid. Well, it was legal in South Africa at the time, apartheid South Africa. He is talking about their apartheid emerald mine that they owned, where, like, basically they had slaves mining emeralds, blood emeralds, and all the money that they had from that. And they could not close the door on the vault because there was too much money in, and they would go around town with their pockets stuffed full of fucking notes that were just, like, meaningless to them. And this is when Elon Musk was, like, 7 years old.
At that meeting, I had a very good visit with him 2 weeks ago in the White House. So I have every confidence in this summit.
I want to talk about some of the real world threats that sort of heighten the stakes of these commitments and put these alliances to the test. Starting with Iran, how is NATO going to address...
Sounds like a cartoon rich villain. Where do you think cartoons got the idea from? Elon's grandfather fled the US to South Africa because he was spiritually Dutch. Very racist.
Trump's anger with the alliance's lack of assistance during the Iran war.
Well, of course, Iran is outside...
It's true. The Dutch invented racism. This is the problem.
So this is individual allies.
They invented capitalism, racism.
NATO can be useful and helpful. We will be present. But when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz,
colonialism, all that stuff,
all NATO allies agree it was crucial that Trump degraded the nuclear capability of Iran. This was a long-standing position of NATO. 2, when it comes to all the flights, because of Epic Fury, taking off from Europe,
Epic Fury
is up to 5.
This guy saying Epic Fury is fucking insane. I can't deal with it. It just doesn't feel real.
1,000 sorties from Europe into Epic Fury. Here was Europe again as one big platform of power projection for the United States delivering. And then when it comes to the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, only last Friday, it was the French and the Brits leading this big coalition of 40 countries, announcing that they will now move forward together with the Omani to guarantee the freedom of navigation. I think that was a big...
Yeah. How did that go, bro? How did that go, man? Dutch inventions, capitalism, colonialism, apartheid, South Africa, clogs, gabba music. Unclear which is the worst, honestly. Leave gabba out of it. The Dutch also still practice slavery. The red light district is literally filled with actual slaves. This is something that I've heard before. Rumors of, yes.
Announcement last Friday.
But the president is not happy. So how are
This is reminding me of the commentary of the Total Recall DVD. 2 hours of Arnold Schwarzenegger and Paul Verhoeven explaining the movie to me in strong accents. Well, look, Paul Verhoeven is the only good Dutch man. He's the only one. There's no other good Dutch people. I'm sorry, even if I've got Dutch chatters, you need to be better. Probably start by leaving the Netherlands. I'm just joking. But in terms of popular culture, Paul Verhoeven, the only good Dutch person. Even then, some of the stuff on Basic Instinct, yes, correct. That's what I said. He's one of the, in pop culture, he's the best Dutch person. That doesn't mean he's good. Austrian accent. Oh yeah, this is where they found out I'm a spy.
Addressing that? Are you making the same case to him, and how is that? How is he receiving it?
Well, again, I think President has a point that there are individual.
This is what streaming has taken from us. Yeah, exactly. But when you look this is why you got to bring DVDs back. Think about commentary. Think about directors' commentary.
Delivering on the bilateral basing agreements the US has with all these countries, and this led to the up to 5,000 sorties.
The president too. Yeah, there's a second one. Yeah.
Bucharest Airport being closed off for some time for commercial planes because the US had to use it. This was Bucharest implementing the bilateral agreement with the United States. They didn't complain, but it is evidence that European nations have really been extremely helpful based on all these bilateral agreements to make Epic Fury possible.
Well, there are also a number of allies that actually don't like the idea that they're being commended for helping with a war that they feel they want no part of. They don't think it's a NATO problem. How do you deal with those relations?
NATO has this long-standing position that Iran should not have its hands on a nuclear capability. This is NATO, including the 30 European NATO allies. Plus that Iran should not get its hands on the long-range ballistic missile capability. So, and these two capabilities, President Trump, through Epic Fury, has severely degraded. I think this is massively good news for Israel, for the Middle East, for Europe, for the whole world.
In the face of rising medical and drug costs, your health...
What the fuck is this? Private healthcare ad on the Politico vid? Oh my god.
The relationships and what he wants to see out of Europe. And he has recently said...
I was in CEX the other day, first time in literal years, walls and walls of Blu-rays and DVDs. Who's buying any of this? Me. Fucking me. Chatter. Literally me. Because I'm fucking sick of streaming services.
There's the burden sharing part, the burden shifting piece, but there's also the...
Yes, The Matrix. Not just The Matrix, but one of the very first DVDs that I ever bought, The Animatrix. This shit goes hard. This shit's actually really good. And yeah, obviously the classic. Oh, yes. Get it? djmuel DVD only set. VJ Mule. I can't find any more info about what's going on in Iran at the moment, chat, so I am just gonna, like, carry on reacting to this. And I will, just for the final time tonight, ask you to please consider tipping, so that maybe we can, like, at least get to the midway point. Yo, Krill with the $5, let's go!
President, and he says he just...
Meep, meep. Hello? Hello? How can I help you, bud? What's going on? What's up? You can't have pistachios. He's just sat on me. You've never done this before. Why are you doing it now? That's pistachio shells. You can't have them. No, no, no. You can't have them. Okay.
Wants NATO's loyalty. Some allies bristle at the idea that they owe some...
React to Evil Dead Burn. This new chatter who came in with a raid today and has been following today said to me, react to a movie. Chatter, give me £500 immediately.
Sort of fealty to the United States. I'm curious, do you think that NATO members...
DJ, thank you for the fucking £6.66!
This is where I find out that I am a spy.
Exactly. This is where I found out I'm a spy. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. You can't have pistachios. You literally just can't. Chat, this is the face of a criminal. You can't have them, bud. Not allowed. Oh my god, Rob Rousseau raid? Rob Raiders, welcome in. How are you doing? You'll notice that I have a small melpert on the desk. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he's doing this. But welcome in everybody from the Rob Raids. Everybody, please go follow Rob Rousseau. A great leftist political streamer here on Twitch, the platform. If you're coming in for Rob's stream and you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at the news and geopolitics, analyze it from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective, much in the way that Rob does. So if you are familiar with his content, you'll be familiar with mine, although he is much better than me in a lot of ways. So yeah, there you go. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Why So Dankness? Hello, Mosquito. Alejandro. Amanda. Bonbon C3PO. Dr. Austin TVM. Rad Left Ad. Hello. Barbara Loden. And anybody else that I missed. I heard a wild rumor that you aren't a DJ. Yeah. Not even a real DJ. This Melpert is being so funny. You can't have pistachios, bud. You just can't. He is like... We could turn on the Melpo cam now because we've unlocked Melpo cam. But he's just here. He's literally just here. And he is desperate for pistachios. You can't have it. You just can't have it. Cats are allergic to pistachios. No, it's probably poisonous. Loads of stuff like that is like poisonous for cats. Like veg, all that stuff, grapes, garlic, coriander, you name it. It makes them sick. They just like can't process it in the right way. I don't know where he went. I don't know where he went. But, as I was saying, thank you very much, DJ. And thank you very much, Krill, for the donos. Thanks for getting me to halfway to the dono goal. Yeah? Thank you very much, everybody who's donated today. Thank you very much. If anyone's got any more donos, now will be the time to make that happen. Get us over the last little bit. Yeah? Hello, Mosquito. That is correct. They evolved in the desert, so they can only really process meat and get most of their hydration from food. Correct. That is correct. That's why that is. And that's also why when you get a litter tray, the best litter to use is sand. Because they bury their poo in the sand so that predators don't hunt them through the smell of their poo, because they are also prey animals. You learn something new every day. Every day is a school day. Get it? Okay, right, well. What's your perspective on catnip? Not my cup of tea. Let's carry on with this.
Owe loyalty to the United
Is it Berry Perry? Jenny the Berry Perry?
Everything everybody says, but when you look at the picture, the overwhelming picture here, again, I do understand that the president has some disappointment with in some individual cases when it comes to epic fury. But again, when you look at Europe massively supporting, and the US probably could not have done epic fury without using Europe as one big project, one big platform of power projection.
I mean, that he is right about that, right? He is right about that. But the thing is that Trump wanted more. He wanted more than that.
And I'm not asking you to comment specifically on what different allies are saying, but the idea of loyalty to the United States, do you think...
What do I think catnip is? It's a plant.
That's important within NATO?
Well, of course, it's loyalty to everyone, to everybody. This is how this alliance has been created. 32 nations being totally loyal to each other. That means that an attack on one is an attack on all. The Article 5, the fact that we all agree that Russia is the long-term threat. Look at the declaration we agreed on in The Hague last year. We will come out with a new declaration on Wednesday. Of course, I cannot talk about that, but I have every confidence that it will be very strongly worded again.
You have a very good relationship with President Trump. You've been credited as sort of being the Trump whisperer on behalf of this alliance. You're shaking your head. But
the point is this. I just like the man. I think what he is doing for NATO...
It's stimulating to cats and intoxicating. There's lots of animals that use drugs in the same way that we do. There are lots of... very funny videos of animals getting pissed and taking drugs and all this kind of stuff. Even panthers in the Amazon rainforest have been seen eating particular vines and tripping balls. Yeah, we're animals, right? That's the thing. Second day of war, the Pentagon is running out of money. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Defense officials asked for more than $67 billion in supplemental funding, but Congress hasn't approved the money yet, in part because of frustrations over information about the war with Iran. And Iran is about to fucking destroy. Iran is about to fucking destroy all US bases in the region for good. I don't know if the cat is getting pissed, getting stoned, or psychedelically high in catnip. I think that people think that it's like they're getting wired. It's like when you sniff coke or chew gut or something. I've seen a drunk deer stuck in an apple after eating loads of rotten fermented apples. Stuck in an apple? Oh, in an apple tree. We had that on the stream, didn't we? Wait, what? What do we have on the stream? The rotten drunk stuck in an apple? Oh, no, we were watching them deer spinning around and shit. The deer running in the circles, yeah. then that is just abuse if people are knowingly giving it to the cats. I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. Catnip is fine. Cats are having fun when they're on catnip. You can tell, dude. I think it's supposed to be healthy for them as well. Like, imagine if you just, like, I don't know, you just, like, lived in a house and never went outside. Right? It's not abuse. Yeah, catnip is often given to them if they're chill. No, like, okay, you took it really seriously. You thought that when I said it's like when we have cocaine or chew gut, you thought it's like the same as giving your cat cocaine. No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. It's not the same as giving your cat cocaine. It's like a cat version of cocaine. It like baby cocaine. Cocaine for a baby. It would be fine to give it to a baby. Don't give anything to a baby. Don't listen to anything I'm saying. Hey, dude, Zoot. I'm not digging. I didn't say anything just then. You all imagined it. You're tripping. I'm not even streaming right now. Don't clip that. What am I looking at? This, yeah.
It's great news. Because yes, there is a Russian threat, there is Ukraine, so we had to step up in Europe anyway. But what was necessary to bring this extra impetus to the debate, to really get all these nations on the famous old 2% and now to agree to the 5%. And as I said yesterday in the pre-conference presser, Canada and Europeans are now already at almost 4% when it comes to defense spending. So in 1 year, on this trajectory to 5% in 2035, we reached the 4% in 2026.
You like the man. He's had great relationships with some of the allies and some not so great, and some started great and have soured and the other way around. But there are some relationships that feel like they're turning a little bit. How concerned are you about...
Fuck this shit. Asmongold content.
Like, I want to live in a Christian country. That's right. Is this something like I don't want to mandate Christianity? I don't want to make people have to be Christian, but I want to have the laws and the culture and the predominant religion of the country be Christianity. Does that make sense?
He wants Sharia law. These people just want Sharia law. That's all they want. They just want white Sharia law. Well, what they project Sharia is, yes. Correct. That's what they want.
I would never force anybody into a religion, and I think people can enjoy other religions if they choose to, but I think these should be minority religions and not the overall religion.
wait, what?
The religions and not the...
Wait, what did you say?
Does that make sense? I would never
No.
force anybody into a religion, and I think people can enjoy other religions if they choose to, but I think these should be minority religions and not the overall religion.
That's what you have now. What you're talking about is reality as it exists right this second. That's what you're talking about in America. What do you mean?
I just want you to see what my point of view is. Aren't you an atheist? I am an atheist, but I recognize and I enjoy the privileges of Christian culture that I grew up in and that I recognize, and I don't want my country to change away from the way it was whenever I grew up. And I want, people, the next generation, to grow up in the same way that I did. Like, I want...
Look at the state of him, man. Look at the fucking state of him. That shirt. That shit. When you said that in the chat, that dude, Zoot. This shirt is so bad. And it's not even because the American flag is on it. It's just so bad. It's like a fucked up or like messed up version of an American flag shirt. It's not as bold as what some people would wear, and it would look insane and bad. But it just looks so bad. And also just with him in general, it's so bad. Richard Dawkins pivot, yeah. Yeah, aren't you an atheist? Yeah, it turns out I was a secret Christian all along and I just hate Muslims. Classic. Classic shit. Why have you done this to a streamer? Because I was getting bored. I was getting bored and it's the end of the stream. And I haven't had any donations. I have had donations. I've not had any donations in the last 10 minutes to get me over the line. So I thought I'd punish you all. Yeah? That's a joke, by the way. Okay, that's it. I'm done. Fair enough, says Slick Stick Stuck. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean that. I wouldn't punish you, chat. I genuinely just got bored. It was an ADHD thing. I was looking for thingy of... I was looking for footage of whatchamacallit. I was looking for footage of stuff going on in Iran, and that just came up on the timeline, and I was like, fuck it, we'll show chat that. They'll love this. Okay. Yeah, let's raid Peden then, if she's live. Thank you, Slick Stick Stuck. I will do that. I've not raided Peden in a while. Thank you so much, everyone, today, for all the support. Thank you, Rob, for the big raid. Thank you, everyone, for the donos. And also, thank you, Papax, for the raid. Thank you for the follows, everyone who's followed. And thank you for the chats. Thank you for being here. I will be back tomorrow with more news. And I'm sure more updates on what is going on. You know, currently with everything. Punishments are only on the special T3 substream. I don't do a special T3 substream. That isn't real. Okay. Let's raid Eden. Copy and paste the first chat message, the first raid message if you are a sub. The second one if you're not. Where's the special gaming stream? There is no special gaming stream. There's just a regular gaming stream on the gaming channel that I sometimes do when I have extra spare time. But it is currently summer and I am enjoying a life. I'm sorry about that. I've been going out. I've been bumming men. I've been doing all kinds of stuff. Yes. When all that stops, you can have another gaming stream. Okay? You're already getting a DJ stream. Next month. This month. So, anyway, that's that. Right, listen. I'll see you tomorrow. Check out the socials. Check out the YouTube. Check out the VOD channel. If you've been watching on the VOD channel, like, comment, and subscribe. Let me know what you thought. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Peace and good night. Did the wrong thing. Peace and good night. Good night. Bye.